All right. Good morning, everybody. It is 9:02, and it was not my fault. We got a little late this morning. So anyway,
The mayor's on time one time in his life. He wants to put it on
He was
camera.
here 3 minutes early.
so it's 9:02 in the morning. We're about to get ready, and Mr. Klein, will you give us the invocation, please, sir?
Absolutely, be honored. Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day of working for the citizens. We ask that you give us very wise decision-making abilities, that we have good debate, good discussion, good questions, and good answers. And we ask that you get this budget done within budget, with no overages. And we ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I don't see anybody signed up for recognition of the public, so we can cross that off and move on. All right, just very briefly, just for everybody's aware here, but just for the record, we will be operating largely today under relaxed rule set, so that folks can ask people questions and have kind of debate amongst themselves without having to go through me, unless we get to a point where we're going to actually have to make a decision on something and it's very clear. Then we'll come back into rules, and I'll have I'll take votes. If it's very clear that we're not, that we don't, we all kind of agree on something, then I'll just ask our finance folks to make a change or an edit, and we'll move forward. But at any time, if somebody doesn't agree, they can raise their hand and call for a vote, and we'll go under rules, and we will make we'll have formal votes on any changes. So without anything further, I will move it to you, Ms. Browning.
No report.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Mayor. Without objection, I will remove our rules so we can.
In the infinite wisdom of our state legislature, they did set an MOE on my budget, so, sorry guys. With my budget, there really are no major changes. The salaries, it's, I went with what.
Oh, A2.
8, 2, 8, and 9.
A2.
You need another copy?
Huh?
You need another copy of the
No,
letters?
I got it right here.
Mr. Hyde,
I
it's
have
gonna be a
it.
mess over here. I'm so sorry. I tried to do it the way Dylan did.
She just doesn't want
Don't
I'm
cross
not-
this line.
Yeah, I'm not left-handed.
It's like you're at the grocery store, you put that little bar between yours
Oh,
and
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Are we focused?
We're focused. Mr. Hyde, I may need you to teach me how to keep kids in school appropriately focused.
Oh, it's out of control already.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
so on A2, on the salary worksheet, there really isn't anything. I didn't ask for anything extra. We'll go with whatever this body decides is the merit increase. If you go to county buildings A8 on the salaries, or does anybody have any questions about the non-changes on A2? Okay. A8, I will ask, and I left it blank for now because I felt it was easier just to leave all of these blank until we got to the salary discussions. But for Brian Harvey, I will ask for a little bit more if possible. He's moved into a supervisory role at the courthouse, and I think his pay should be commensurate with a supervisory role. So once we get to the salary discussion, I'll talk about that a little bit more. I don't want to belabor any points.
Which one is?
That is on county buildings A2. He is the maintenance worker.
A8 or A2?
Oh, I'm sorry,
AA.
AA. Yeah, we're the county buildings with our custodians and maintenance workers and, you know, obviously you can see the pay that we have.
See the
some of
first
our
one?
Yeah, is he
employees.
maintenance supervisor?
He's
No.
maintenance worker right there.
At the top?
Yeah, but I
Okay.
wanna elevate him to maintenance supervisor over at the courthouse.
So that'd be about $20,000.
Well, it won't be quite as high as the 73.
I've gotta ask this, so we have one maintenance supervisor, why do we need two?
Cause one's here.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah, this is at the courthouse.
fair, okay,
How many
answer.
courthouse custodians do we have now?
Three.
And that would include the supervisor?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, no, it does not include, we have three
Plus him.
custodians and then the maintenance guy.
So you're gonna move Brian Harvey over there, so there will be 4
So
now?
that'll be four.
Okay,
Good, that's good, because that's.
Yeah.
okay.
Who's the
Yeah.
maintenance supervisor here?
Robert Dan.
Robert, okay.
Yep.
Did you have something?
It's not on the, are you talking about this too, or just you wanna get through all this first?
No, we're just getting through this,
Okay.
through AA right now.
Got it.
So we'll talk about that more when we get to,
Workshop?
when we get to workshop, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't wanna belabor any points here. The budget for the county buildings,
It's not 9.
It's 32.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
on that one, we really didn't make any changes other than I did COLAs for all the utilities. And that was basically it. There's a couple, we're still working on fixing those steps at the front of the courthouse. I did add some extra in for that. I'm hoping the fix that we have now will work. Just to give you a little bit of background on courthouse steps, when they put that tile down, they used the wrong thin-set adhesive.
The new
and-
courthouse?
The new courthouse.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
It's all peeling.
And it used the wrong one, and so it's been busting up due to the weather.
We love that.
And so we've been trying to piecemeal that. I think I've got a fix for it now, but if the money, you know, obviously if we don't need it, we won't spend it for
Is
the
that
steps.
something that we can go back to the contractor now?
We've tried. Yeah, it's out of warranty.
Of course.
Yeah.
Really?
So, yeah.
It's only just a
Yeah.
couple of years.
No, it's older than that.
Yeah.
Those steps?
Yeah. So it's out of warranty, so it is what it
I
is.
think it'd be 4 years because it was before. What
Uh,
motivated all these people to run?
Other than that, that's really all that we did with county buildings. I know Beth, and it's different than my budget, Beth made a few changes on line items to make it a little easier. The problem we have with the building, and you know, David and I talked about this, we wanted a better allocation per building. We wanted to see where we was per building cost. At the end of the year, we get to that point because we'll transfer funds in. But for the budgeting process, it's just too difficult to try to itemize each building. We just don't have enough historical data to go in and say we can do that with confidence and not have to transfer. So what we're still doing is we're still putting it in mostly lump sums and then taking it out as we go and applying the utilities to each individual building. So we still can tell you where it goes by each building, but for budgeting at the very beginning, we just haven't gotten to the point where we can do that. Beth, you're welcome to weigh in on that.
Well, part of that, so we have a location code account line set up for each building. And for electricity, for example, all of the budget is in a 0 location code. And then we have each building under that. For audit purposes and for the financials, all those roll up into that 0 location code anyway. So it's not really necessary to have a budget in each line. But the budget and the zero location code needs to be in the right object code for each expenditure, but it doesn't have to be each location code. So as the mayor said, we can run reports if you ever want to see anything per location, but the budget wouldn't be on each location. It's just the expenditures are shown.
Okay.
We did try doing that a few years ago, and it was a nightmare trying to do budget adjustments for all the locations, and we realized it was easier. We do it by object code. But he referenced the changes I had made. I'd spoken with him to see if we could keep the same budget dollars that he requested, but just move them into the lines where those expenditures historically have been. So I did make a few adjustments in the county buildings and courthouse and jail maintenance budgets for that.
But like, if I came to you and said, what is the building on Highway 25 in Hilton Lane next door to the fire department, you would have that itemized per that building. We could see how much that cost us a year to maintain or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes, sir.
On the maintenance and repair equipment, I'm assuming that's just getting it up to historical numbers, but then on the maintenance and repair building, it's typically been around 25 to 35, and we've got putting it up to 90. But then I noticed that the heating and air was zeroed out. Is that just moving money around? Or is that something completely different?
Yeah, that's moving, that's just moving between the line items.
Okay.
Most of our heating and air has gone into that capital project, the
Gotcha.
HVAC. We have some that's general maintenance heating and air, but any replacement comes out of that capital project that y'all assigned a couple of years ago, that we continue to work from
Okay.
as the units go out.
So the maintenance and repair equipment would be for that, or is that something completely?
That would be completely different.
Are we
Yeah, it would be
expecting a big-
small equipment pieces,
Okay.
yeah. If we're able to fix the unit rather than replace the unit. If we're replacing the unit, it'd come out of the capital.
But then the maintenance and repair building, is that for those steps that you were talking about? It's just a $72,000 ad, so I didn't know if it was.
Yeah, no, the other one, that one comes out
Now I
of the
know you're looking
jailhouse
at
budget.
Okay, so I just didn't know if you were like, yeah, we need to replace X, that's why we added 70,000 in there.
Yeah, no, that would have been just line adjustments that we were making.
Okay.
I have a question. Have we ever replaced the roof on this building? I feel like I live here, so I should know. I don't believe I've ever
We've
seen,
still got a couple cans of Flex Seal left over.
okay?
Haven't we put funding toward this?
Well, here's where we are. We had a
I remember.
We had an architect look at it and said that it's beyond their scope. They've recommended another one. So, Shamrock is working with that architect engineer. I had proposed that if we need, it's gonna be more than 1.5 million. And
Because we gotta take off the railing mess, right?
Well, there's also
railings-
two huge
yeah, the
fireplaces
railings
up
Part of
there.
it, that's gonna
Chimneys?
fix a lot of things,
On the roof?
but.
What do we have fireplaces in this building?
We got chimneys.
Yeah,
Junk.
that was a while back. The membrane, it's all of
Are they
that
functional for
part
that?
was improperly repaired before.
Really?
And really, the only way to fix it is to tear it off, start new, to get it right.
Great.
But we'll have to tear off the cupola or lift it off with a crane, and we'll have to
Oh,
do
it's gonna
something
be-
with those
yeah.
chimneys. They're huge.
It's gonna be a
They weigh
major ordeal.
tons.
But we've got an architect engineer that's gonna work on that and give us some recommendations that will come to general ops next year. So, but right now, we're still band-aiding.
Because I haven't heard about leaking anywhere since the ice storm 2 years ago, since the freeze 2 years ago.
We'll have a leak
When the
here and
pipes
there
burst.
and we'll fix
But
it.
it's not like the,
But it's not major.
is that true?
Third floor?
I still.
I mean, we
What'd
haven't
you
had
say?
any in a while. have we?
Huh?
You did, you had some.
Yeah.
Jordan had a leak in her office.
So when you leave for the weekend at night, do you put a tarp over everything?
No, it's not. It's like in the corner away from the
Yeah.
computer. So
She just puts a plant there and lets it water.
I was thinking of getting a plant.
Yeah, there's structural damage too, there's
Yeah, we move
metal
our
is
stuff.
You better
rusting.
turn around and knock on wood, 'cause
Yeah,
we're gonna have a leak tonight.
It really is gonna be a major
That's
endeavor.
Friday.
So the
That's
point
tomorrow.
is, it sounds like we're deferring this for a year to figure out if we wanna, like,
On
get
the
the full
capital
But
shebang.
wouldn't that be capital?
Yeah, it's gonna be
Okay.
capital.
And I was gonna talk about that when I got to capital projects.
Okay, well, I just wanted to ask because
I remember we spoke about this when we
it
were
was a
talking to
big
capital.
deal
Yeah.
3 years ago. Then I never heard anything else about it again, so.
That's because we've basically been patching it, because I think we're gonna get the same answer that the previous commission got, that, you know, it's gonna be much more than $1.5 million. I think it was, what, 3 back then, 3 or
I think it's almost 4, yeah.
Yeah, and it's gonna be more than that now, I venture a guess,
Wait until October.
so.
David loves being on roofs.
Yes, sir.
And he's not gonna be a commissioner, so they're gonna send him up.
Oh,
to take a
you
flex
could,
seal.
you could bid on it.
The other contract.
I'll do it, I'll do it.
Oh, that'll be
Wait,
funny if you're on the
wait.
opposite side of
Wait,
this.
wait, what page are you
I'm
on?
on page 33, and the
Uh-huh.
other contracted services, we went up 30,000. Is there anything that we're expecting, or is something new that's gotta be out there?
That's one of those changes I made based on history.
Okay.
So it was just moving the money around that he'd already asked for, it's just
Okay.
moving it within those line
Okay,
items.
okay. All right.
We're trying to alleviate some budget transfers.
I got you. I got you.
She said she's busy enough without all these midgets.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, this budget, and, you know, ladies in my office deal with it with finance, there's so many transfers that we make, and it gets pretty complex, but the bottom line on the budget, outside of COLA increases, we really didn't increase it.
Yeah, the net, it's netting out, it's only
Yeah.
a free difference.
Yeah, so.
Big ass building.
It's not just this building.
Courthouse and jail budgets, same way. The only thing of note on there is addressing those steps. If this fix doesn't work, then I'm gonna just do a complete tear down and start all over.
Not with this commission,
It's
you
the only way
ain't.
to fix it.
The
I mean,
roof?
No,
What?
no,
Tile.
we're on the courthouse
Oh, the
steps.
courthouse.
Oh, I thought you meant the
Oh,
whole
I'm sorry.
building. I was
No,
like,
no.
I was marveling at the electricity.
smoking something this morning.
The
It just
steps.
takes 13 votes. We can
No,
vote.
if this fix doesn't work, which I think it will, because it's all of the exposed tile that we're addressing, the rest of it's under roof, and we think it's gonna be okay. And this, what we're doing is we're taking all the tile off, and then we're gonna stamp the concrete. And so we won't put tile back on it.
Well, tile slippery too.
And so we think
Only
that that's
about
gonna
break the
look
dip.
good and will solve the problem.
How?
But that's the only major thing on the courthouse. Everything else, unless Beth corrects me, everything else is pretty much status quo, other than COLA for utilities.
How far out, I know we've answered this question 17 times, I'm trying to remember. How far out do we think we are in building a new jail?
45 is what he said.
Yeah,
45?
more than a decade.
Oh, okay.
No, 35, you're right.
35, I think, is what.
40, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere,
Yeah.
it's several commission cycles out.
I think he
You
said
remember when that one was
Hmm?
built?
40.
So
Yeah.
Remember when
that's,
this one was built?
well, let's put it this way. If we're still on this same trajectory, we should, and we don't take off any new stuff, we should be debt-free
I remember when
by the
Jake-
time, or almost. We'll have huge amounts of
I just
debt.
didn't know if it was in 5 years, and I wanna go ahead and start.
No.
You remember
no.
that? And he was going around telling people it was.
I asked-
fine,
I've talked with Eric.
Arrest anybody over 4'6".
Any, Mr. Mayor, anything else?
That's all I've got on those. If you wanna move to capital projects, we
Yep.
can talk about that real quick.
Okay,
So,
Okay. I'm not sure.
the county administration building, 1.5 million. It's my recommendation that we back that off to 100,000.
For repairs?
And basically that's just to kind of keep it going for a year while we get a
Figure out
good
what the
plan
real-
together.
So that's the roof.
Yeah.
Oh,
and-
okay, sorry.
And that 100,000 will be to hire the engineer to look at it and really put together a comprehensive plan to fix it right.
Page 89.
Oh.
Where at?
I don't
It's
know.
up on
It's on the screen.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I mean, it's in there too, but it, yeah.
Yeah, and this is gonna be intermingled with a bunch of other
Reduce
projects,
that
but
to
the ones that
100,000.
I'm working
Oh.
on.
Building-
So it's my
building
recommendation that we
repairs.
back that down to 100,000.
Oh.
Oh, here it is.
Allocation.
It's up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shoot.
Ms. Beth,
Mhm.
what do we have in capital right now allocated, unallocated outside of these projects?
No, it should be
Here it is.
100,000,
It's up
yeah.
here. Building, do you see it? I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't.
That's
No,
okay.
I guess I asked you about that out of line.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I remember we talked about this a couple of months ago in budget, but I can't remember the exact number.
It's hard to tell.
There you-
with zeros,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, yeah, it's easy to mess those
So
up.
if you go to page 87 in your budget document,
Got it.
that shows the fund
I got it.
balances, so at the end of 27, we're projecting just over 26 million as the balance. And then, there would still be 5.5 for Toby's allocation. that we
Thank
did.
you.
Oh, here
That's
we
part of
are.
the 20
You're looking
million
at
that
the-
we
The
allocated.
27.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're
But
looking
we
at
just
the
added $1 million
5701.
plus back into that, so it'd
Correct.
be 27, okay. Just making sure I'm following numbers.
So,
Yes.
also on my submission, typically I submit the $50,000 for the jail, the equipment. If y'all remember yesterday, the sheriff talked about that, so I wanna make sure that we're not duplicating it.
Kitchen.
There'll only be $150,000 for kitchen equipment replacement
Yeah.
in the budget. Just to let you know, the ADA transition
No, that's
plan,
not the one.
traditionally, we've been putting $150,000 a year in. I suggest we can continue to do that. This year, now that we're getting where we're moving forward on general sessions, I've got to build a sidewalk from that handicap on the side,
The parking lot over there.
South Water. Yeah, I need to build a sidewalk going around to that building because that's more economical than trying to reroute those steps. Those steps, we're gonna have to build a landing and all of this, so we're working on.
Is that the
working on
old General Sessions
Old
building?
General
Yeah,
Sessions,
okay.
yeah. And so that will come out of this year's ADA funds. We should be getting that project going.
So you're gonna have to take it up along Water Street then? Rather than try to build a ramp from the
And
parking
build a
lot?
landing and get, yeah, it was.
It's too hard.
Yeah, with that slope, it was very difficult. We
Yeah.
could do it, but it was very difficult. So we're
Yeah.
gonna just build a sidewalk going around that they can get to it much easier.
That's at least a 10-foot elevation differential, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, HVAC program, we're at about 777,000. Gonna ask that you continue that program. We replace them as they go out.
Yep, we did that, I think,
Last
first.
year.
I thought it was 2 years
It's
ago.
2 years ago.
We set up a
Yeah.
schedule
Yeah.
of just,
And
trying to
we just-
keep 'em up.
We got a
Oh,
running
here it
list.
is.
Specifically at some point today.
we will be,
How is that
when we get
working
into,
out for you? Is that
workshop?
maybe
Yeah,
in
workshop,
your
we'll do it all.
office?
Let me, and this is nobody's fault other than the rules. Once we, correct me, is that once we spend $25,000, we now, instead of just replacing it, we have to bid it out, even if it's $14,000. So we're having to go through the RFP process for each one of these units.
It's an aggregation issue.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's state law.
Which, yeah, I don't agree with it, but,
What's the limit?
25,000.
25,000, so once you get to 25,000 total purchases, and is that per building, per location,
It's
or is
just per
that?
county.
It's,
Oh, okay.
so that's a cumulative amount.
Yeah, so once we spent $25,000 in an HVAC unit, we
In-
now have to RFP it,
Mhm.
even if it's only $14,000 to replace that unit.
if we'd have gone and done
There's
an
no other way to
allocation
do
for
it.
each building, there's
Yeah.
no, really?
You'd still.
That's what
because
I've
that
been
line
told.
item.
That needs to be tiered.
Yeah.
That needs to be
I
tiered.
wish, yeah, but
It's,
Sounds like somebody needs
the
to run for
laws,
office.
what's keep painting us in the corner here is because it
Yeah.
reaches an aggregate, and I think, well, I don't know what the intent of the state legislator is, but, the point being to marshal all your work at one time to get that, if it is over 25, that you get everything you need. And unfortunately, we're in no man's land when we aggregate this stuff up.
see, we can't say, well, let's go ahead and knock out 10 units
Yeah,
this month, because, 9 of them are working.
right.
The
Right.
the other one's the one's broken, so.
Can we not, I'm sure the schools do, I feel like the schools probably, they have a big, well, we don't have a maintenance building, but could we not buy 3 or 4?
They're all different units.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's,
different
Different
loads,
sizes,
different.
different-
Well, I
Yeah.
understand that, but you couldn't just, in your list?
Well, there's the install and everything too, though.
Well, I know, but you,
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
I don't know
warranties,
how you would
there's,
retrofit.
plus, yeah,
I don't mean by 5 of the same.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
saying-
we know we've got 5 or 6 units, we know how old they are. Could we not RFP 4 or 5 from blah blah and have them
Kind of
in
stacked and ready.
storage? Cause we do that, like we buy stuff that we know we're gonna need in one, cause it's usually also cheaper to buy it in bulk, or it could just be a storage
we also,
issue,
yeah,
though.
we also don't have a storage.
Okay.
We really don't have a maintenance.
yeah,
building.
and you
And I
never
know
know
a
when
good
those
building
things
for
are gonna
that.
go out.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those things, as R22 units, have lasted
A third of it.
way longer than they
Hmm?
should.
They should have already been gone.
Right, and they're
Yeah.
still running
Yeah.
flawlessly.
Yeah. So that's where we are with that program. The parking lot project.
Building.
Are you
I
still
wanted-
on page 89?
Oh, you can't remember?
Yeah, I'm still on capital projects.
Okay.
Where are we gonna put it?
So
It ain't
We
gonna,
did-
ain't gonna be across the street from my church.
when the bids came back on parking lot projects, it's turned into a phase 1, phase 2 project. We did all we could with the money we had on the first one. Now we're asking for another $175,000 to finish the parking lot projects.
Here?
Across the county. We have them all, we're, maintaining all the parking lots.
Who does those?
We bid it out.
We bid it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're asking for 175 to complete that.
Is the highway unable to do that? Do they have the ability to do it?
With what time?
Well, I mean, that's fair. Right now,
Yeah,
they're,
The ability, yes. but the time-
right, I mean, right now, we were
Pay for it all.
just talking about all the I
Yeah.
have
I
to
bet
ask.
you give them another $1 million and they'll find a way.
Well,
Yeah.
they've got equipment to do roads, parking lots sometimes
A little
is very
different.
different.
All right.
So, yeah, so that's where we are with the parking lot project. We'd love to finish that. The Hollows Drainage Project, Phase 3, I was out there on site.
What a mess.
Yeah, it is a mess. I was on site earlier this week with Toby. They need another $150,000 on top of this 100 to get this project finished. With the curb cuts.
Will this actually finish it?
They are confident it will finish it.
Like,
Yeah, they're on the tail end of the project. They just hit issues, and unfortunately, it's where we are with the project. We need to finish that.
So are we done with phase 2? Is that why that was
That-
zeroed out?
They're rolling into phase 3 now.
Perfect, okay.
Working on that, and we need, instead of 100, we need $350,000. We need another 250. Or excuse me, no, we need another 150, so we need 250
I was
total.
about to say, hold up.
Yeah, we need 250 total.
So the 100 is wrong.
Yeah, the 100's already there. No, yeah, this changed.
yeah,
from-
we'll just put it up there and let me make sure everybody's,
Lord.
can we go to the Hollows?
Winnie wasn't
Oh,
here.
we're right
She
now.
added it in, but is
Oh,
it okay?
is there any objection to adding that in?
I'd really like to.
All right.
get that.
Gotta
So
have
there's,
Yeah, I want it off.
I mean, we're all frustrated with
Will
it, but
somebody remind me how we got into this in the first place, quickly, in a 2-minute dose?
It's an old
You need-
project that was
Yeah.
causing all kinds
Yeah.
of
Didn't,
problems.
didn't we
You need to
use
drive
some of
through
the
that
ARPA
neighborhood.
money for
oh,
it?
yeah, we
Yeah, it was
did.
like, we started with 750,000.
We've dealt with this every single cycle.
Yep, and I hope we're finishing it on this one.
I mean, it's
Was
a
it
worthy
actually
project, it
somebody
just,
messed
That's
up?
what?
it's a worthy project.
It is.
Yeah.
It
I think
is.
any one of those just got getting cooked down the.
Well, it was just done badly in the first place. That was the sign of the times and,
Yeah.
and, you know, I remember going out there with Josh and one of the storm drains under the road it was corrugated metal pipe and it was rusted holes right through it. I mean, that asphalt was getting ready to drop.
I have a question. Maybe I'm missing on here. Didn't we put funding toward a stoplight last year?
Yeah, that's still going on. That's
Okay.
not in mine.
Okay,
That would be in planning.
Where?
okay.
Yeah, we
On
got that in the
intersection of Long
project.
Hollow
Oh,
and,
and ladder.
Yeah,
and
they're
Latimer,
still
which
working on
needs
it.
it.
Yeah,
That's a bad,
yeah, it's really dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah.
that's fine. I didn't know.
Marshall will talk about it.
Okay,
Yeah, he's still working on it. And probably, he won't ask for new money, I believe.
but
that
just to
one's
roll it over,
rolling it.
that's
He
fine.
didn't.
State's not gonna donate to that.
I mean,
So, Cotton Town
roundabout,
flood
yeah.
mitigation
County
plan, we're keeping 100,000 in there. If something comes up, right now, what we're wanting to finish up the current project where we're buying that old property and cleaning all of that up and cleaning up around the Draper House and, hopefully we'll get all that finished up and make that into, all of that will have deed restrictions where it has to stay green space. So just like the FEMA project, I reported Gen Ops on this, very similar when we buy property through the FEMA program for citizens. It's in the deed restrictions that no construction can happen on that property.
Yeah, but there really couldn't anyway, because it's so
Well,
narrow.
yeah, that-
It's impossible to build on
Yeah.
now anyway by our standards.
Beth?
You were
So-
asking about Latimer Lane. He didn't request any new money, he just asked to carry over.
Roll it over. That's
The
fine.
majority of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get that project finished. So that's Cotton Town. We got a truck in there for $49,000. We're gonna need a new truck. The old one is gonna go to EMA for their swift water rescue team. They're gonna use it for those purposes. So that's only $49,000,
How many miles is on the truck, one you have?
90,000. But it's gonna stay in service,
Spring chicken.
so.
Okay.
It was an old highway truck. It was an old highway truck and now it's gonna be an old, mayor's truck and now it's gonna be a swift water rescue truck. So that's where we are with that. And then the last one, Commissioner, Moss brought this to me. There's several roads still in the Westmoreland area that do not have water, even through our projects. So this is a project to try to get them water, get water lines to them.
That's the 600.
And what we're doing is a $3 million project, but we're working on a CBDG grant. Yeah.
So
Community
it's
Development Block Grant.
Got it.
Yeah.
What is it?
A community development block grant. The 600,000 is our match for that, if we get awarded that grant to do the water project.
So it'll be 1.2.
So, no,
It's a $3 million grant.
Three
But we are only
million.
responsible.
So-
Gotcha.
yeah, so
Okay.
we're asking for 600,000 for the match for that grant. And that brings water out to, I wanna say 3 or 4 roads out in that area. So, now now that the big water stuff's done, now we're gonna start seeing these little side streets that just didn't get captured in the big projects. That I still feel we have an obligation to try to get water to them.
There's a road in my district, it's on the far east, it's almost to 231 and it's Homer something.
Homer Scott.
It has no water in it, but it's, I think it's Constellium Springs Bethpage Water Utility District. Would that be open for some sort of a grant?
We can look at that, yeah.
I got a couple of brothers that they bought a little water truck,
Yeah.
and they go to a fire hydrant where they've got a meter on it, and they load up this 200-gallon water truck every other day and fill the tanks on their own property. It's crazy.
I know, I know about that.
Actually, know where these.
Somebody else told me about that.
Westmoreland, and it's, for Westmoreland, it's fairly densely populated, but it's out in the county area. It's like Tom Beasley Road.
So they, I mean, how are they operating now? Are they on wells?
Sure.
Or water trucks.
Or water truck in this
Yeah,
guy's
so-
case. These two brothers.
I think we take for granted
Because
what.
people still buy
Yeah.
property and can't dig a well.
But I'd love to help those guys, because there's
Yeah.
several people on that road.
That's something we can talk about and see if there's a project we can put.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, there was a promise to have a pipe in that road, and then there was a developer that came in, and they took the funds for that pipeline and put it in that development and left.
And that's something else, you know, we've gotta work with the water department to see if that's infrastructure that they're working on.
Okay,
If they're investing the money in the infrastructure, we're gonna allow them to do that.
I'll do a little research
So-
there and see what.
Absolutely. So that's the end of my capital projects.
Interesting.
And of course, you know, it's intermingled with the other department capital projects, but this is just endeavors that we're taking care of out of county buildings
So you
and
can dig that
courthouse.
now in the county.
Any other questions?
No.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Sidler?
Yes, we'll start with, okay.
On A3, A10, and A24.
Okay, I've got two org charts coming around. For the law director one, I did not make any significant changes. I'm hoping, because I didn't double check it, but as long as COLA was getting picked up, I don't think I made any significant changes to this.
Is this something, Eric, that you got recently, this probation stuff?
Yes. That's a I'll go over that line in a second. Does anybody have any questions on this?
Thank you.
What's the JC?
It is where
JC supervisor and JC times 7.
There you go.
That shouldn't be in my line anymore.
yeah, that's judicial commissioners, but they're not
That
there.
falls under Judge Blanton.
Okay,
Yep,
so,
but it used
I am
to.
so sorry.
So
I
those
didn't-
are gone?
I, please scratch through judicial commissioners. I dropped them and picked up probation.
yeah, we already,
And,
and,
yeah,
My key knife to
Judge
detail.
Blanton has that now, and now he just has probation.
Eric, on
Blanton?
your, under your office, the periodical, what all does that capture? It just went up.
That's Westlaw, that's publications I have to get. The online access by itself is about $700 a month. So when it comes to law libraries, that gets expensive real quick, and they've upped their plan prices.
I didn't know if that captured the online stuff as well or not.
It does, actually, it captures both that and print.
And print.
Yeah.
26, well, 7 is, or 26, 27 is his.
attorney, okay, got it.
you wanna talk about all three of yours or just one at a time?
I was gonna do them one at a time. I've got representatives for each one.
Gotcha, okay.
And my huge capital improvement would be a refrigerator that went belly up on me, so. That's my huge back-breaking ask.
I don't know, ask, hey,
Yeah.
Eric, what's the premium on surety bonds?
That's in risk management.
Yeah, that's a separate,
That's-
that's another department.
That's the bonds for the officials.
Right.
So that'll go up significantly this
Yep.
fiscal year.
Oh, because of elections.
Oh,
Never mind, it's
okay.
renewals. Okay, that
Okay.
makes sense. Thank you,
Got it.
Beth.
And I was just doing the law director's portion now, so
Yeah, no, I'm
Oh.
sorry, I'm ahead of you.
I just want to make sure nobody else had any questions on that part. Okay. Then we, let's see, what do we have next here? Risk management. And I think that gets into Commissioner Burkhart's question.
Well, we took care of it, so.
So, here's gonna be, if I had a Christmas wish list, it would be that I would like an employee in this line. Ms. White is running the show by herself and she's doing quite a bit. So I say that to say this, I probably will be making an employee ask next budget, in this specific area. But, we've had to make some adjustments, and a lot of this on here is set by finance once the budget's been established, so I will not have answers as far as claims, liabilities, workers' comp, stuff of that nature. We've got the, broker, we may be in flux on that. Are we good on the broker part of this? Because we had that $100,000 question mark. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's one of the asks that because of the increase as well. And now we've gotten in the AED business. And so we're maintaining a lot of these around county buildings. So that's a line that's going up as well. I think we asked for $7,500. We've got to inspect them. We've got to make sure we've got batteries for replacements, and it's basically a whole mounted kit assembly in each of these buildings, so we've got to just stay on top of those. So that's what that ask is about. It was a new line. Yeah, that was a new line.
So he's in the 263 self-insurance fund budget. The part he's talking about right now, it's not in county general.
I lost you. Where does that take us?
Which one are you talking
That new line for the AEDs.
about? Is it in your budget?
Well,
No,
now,
it's 263.
114 is the.
Oh, it's in page
risk-
63.
It's in what?
Sorry, it's in self-insurance fund.
Which is 114.
Miscellaneous schedule.
It's 140.
Just if you read your page numbers, it says one.
You better watch it. I'll come across this table with
Thank you, Jess.
does,
I love you.
are there any questions on risk management?
On, what page, where are we at?
114.
Well, okay, so on 114, and I know we passed it last year, we raised on the liability claims line, we went, 24, we were at 104, 25, we were at 266, 26, we were at 233, but we've allocated 560,000.
Because that is an unknown number, it's based on lawsuits we receive, it's based on ongoing legal work that has to be conducted. So that's a line finance sets, based on prior expenditures, and it's so that the money is there for legal proceedings.
We just haven't come close to hitting
It's usually money that goes back, yes, sir, and, it's just, we've gotta make sure we've got enough
it.
because.
No, I understand,
as
I'm
these
not,
things
I'm not
roll-
saying cutting it to 233, but I mean, we are looking for,
I mean, can we cut down to 400?
But if you look at the line right below that, the liability claims, they're budgeted at 225, and that has been significantly higher than that, past few years. What
yeah.
usually ends up happening is we have transfers. So
It's-
we can adjust between those two lines if you'd rather do that. To
I mean,
make
it's the
those
same
more
thing if you
accurate.
go,
Well, to that point, what did, we just did another 100,000 on that one, so we've already had to do two transfers of $100,000 each within those two lines because of that.
and, you know, that's what, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but if you wanna present it a more accurate and not have to do those transfers. Because, yeah, the highway claims is the same deal, and the school claims, although it's not as out of whack.
I believe the school claims are all prior claims before they split.
Sure. I mean, it really comes out as a wash, but if you don't have to fool with the transfers.
well, I mean, if you look at these numbers, like, I just did the quick math. The estimated expenditures are 750, and we're budgeting about $1,050,000. So it's still $300,000, which I agree. I mean, as we talked about yesterday, be conservative, but it's 300,000 too much.
Is that liability claims, would that involve having, that would not be contracted services like for, well, like if you had a lawsuit that had 3 different attorneys involved?
It would come out of that.
That number?
Yes.
Okay. You better leave it like it
Does this look better?
is.
Change.
Additional employee for that, would that not need to come through the self-insurance board?
I'm not understanding the
A
question.
request for additional employee?
If I were to get one, it would be for the purposes of assistance for Ms. White. She does SIB, yes, but she also does risk management, OJI claims. There's quite a bit. It would be overlapping.
I think his request, and maybe you answered it, would that request have to come through the SID board? Or does that come through here? I don't know, I'm asking.
That, I've not thought it would need to, but that's not to say I'm right. I would have thought it would just been a general
I don't know the
personnel
answer.
request,
That's
so
what I'm asking.
I
I think
don't know
that was
the
I know
answer.
some of us have talked individually about the possibility of help. The type of help, the type of employee, who it would be, their skill level and so forth, I think would be,
Oh, yes,
we have
to your
not
point.
at this
Yeah.
point, made any decision on, we need this person.
Yes, if that went down Commissioner Boyd's line of thought about having somebody who's got a degree possibly in that focus or that arena. So yes, it has been discussed in SIB. No outcome.
No recommendation at
Correct.
this point.
Correct. Anybody got any other questions on this?
So Beth, you adjusted so that there may be less transfers in the future?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Kim,
Okay.
any other comments? All right, now I got probation. Let me introduce you all to Mr. Justin Hampton. He is over probation, he's their supervisor, director, not director, but, he's lead dog.
The manager?
So, we've got some unusual things going on here. One was this statute I talked to Judge Blanton about yesterday. That got shoved down our throat by the state for this Class A misdemeanors needing to be,
Where's the salary page?
824.
824, okay. Sorry.
so, we're now having to, you wanna explain how you're staffing that?
So is it for the?
I'm talking about
the
the-
cognitive behavior
yes.
class? So I have a facilitator already in-house. There's an online program that we purchased last budget. It's completely online. Myself and Ms. Williams are the ones that will be keeping up with it. It's just a matter of getting it going more.
And how many of those have we gotten already?
Between 25 and 35,
And how many personnel are actively working that?
myself and Ms. Williams.
Okay, so that's one of the programs we got going, and then we've got the regular training and education classes that are going on out there, and,
So what was this 24,000? So I'm just trying to understand the 24,000.
The budget balance?
Yeah,
That was additional money. They had an employee who retired, who'd been there a long time.
okay.
And when they replaced her, the salary was much lower, so they had additional money. in
Okay,
that line.
and because I mean, I've been, everybody where I see kind of a major change in
Yeah,
salary.
they're asking you to use 10,000.
Yeah, I press on this, right, like, because, you know, what I think we're shooting for across the board is a consistent, you know, we have the cost of living, and then we have the additional requests. And so that in that, you know, new personnel, that's separate, or if there's a specific individual that's out of whack, right, one of the, then, you know, that's different, but other than that, I think we're looking at, you know, maybe another 1.5%. And so these are a good bit above that. I see, you know, your argument here is that, hey, I'm turning in money, basically, and I want to use some of that, and I get it, and you're looking out for your people, so don't take this as me pressing, but like, from my point of view, like, I'd have to get justification for, like, these are, you know, 4, 5, 6% increases on top of COLA. Like, is there are they putting on more workload? Are there things?
So each of my officers supervise between 300 and 400 offenders. That's a lot.
Okay.
It's time consuming. They're in court twice a week. They see people Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays. There's a lot of work that goes into probation. It's mentally taxing. I mean, I feel like my people deserve a little more because the caseloads are so large and there's so much to manage. With those people coming in every month.
What's your turnover rate in your staff? Like, year over year, how many people leave and come back? Like, how?
So last year, Ms. Brown retired after 32 years. The year before that, Ms. Ross retired after over 15, so there's hardly any turnover.
Okay, got it. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Is that because the passion for the business that they're doing? I mean, I think maybe what, I don't want to put words in his mouth, my question would be, I understand that you think they should be paid more. We're, at the end of the day, we're gonna be fighting dollars everywhere. So it sounds like since you have low turnover, people are very happy doing what they're doing there. Doesn't mean they shouldn't be compensated more, but your turnover is less than, say, the emergency calls.
Yeah, ECC and Ms. Templeton's office, right? I mean, there's.
Right, there's a huge turnover there because it's not a lot of fun, and it's high stress, not that you're resistant. So, we're trying to thread the needle here, and so we're just,
Yes.
if your turnover is lower, that'll allow us to consider different things. And it sounds like it's lower because it's a great place to work, or it's a mission field for them.
Yes.
Do you have any idea?
I can't answer that
Okay.
for those people. So.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Good to go.
All right, so I think, we did finance yesterday, so I think, we're gonna do register of deeds. Okay, Ms. Hemmer? Oh, there you are. Just looking over here.
I know, I gotta, alright, here's our organizational chart. Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I'll start with our deputies. So I'm asking for, oh, I'm sorry.
Hers is A5.
A5?
So what is the budget document, that one's on here?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have it on there.
Yes, 29.
29. Sorry, we're getting
Oh, no, you're
organized,
fine, you're fine.
so we can follow
A
along.
lot of papers here, Hope.
Okay, I understand.
29.
Should've went through.
Apparently I didn't get there.
All right, are we all ready? Go ahead, Ms. Hemmer.
Okay, starting with our deputies, I'm just asking for an additional 1% on the COLA, making a total of 3% for my employees. If you'll notice that I have, there is a position, a full-time position that I've stated at 48,000. 30,000 of that is coming from my part-time personnel. I'm moving that money. I'd like to move that money there, along with the remainder of 17. That remaining 17 came from a 30-year employee that I had, who most of y'all may know passed away last year. Although I have filled that vacancy, the need for another employee, what she did, basically, I have separated parts of her job out to other employees in the office, and it's just still not enough, basically what she did, and her knowledge as well. It's just, we don't have that knowledge anymore from her there in the working part of the office. So what I'm needing is just that extra full-time position, so I'm trying to move that money around. So basically what I'm asking for is that insurance coverage as well. Do you have any other questions on the deputies' salaries or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. Going down into our main budget, just advertising. Last year, I spent out of my pocket about $1,500 doing advertising for fraud alert systems. So I'm a big advocate for our fraud alert system. And the MyLand alert system, I put it on social media and as well as newspapers and magazines. So that's what I'm wanting to implement in the next 4 years, is trying to get this going. So this next year, I'm wanting to kind of get this more out there, more publicly aware. So that's why I've got that fund in there for advertising. Also, the increase in our travel. The reason why there is an increase in travel almost double is because I have my chief deputy now who is doing training for her certified public administration certificate. So I've got her in there as well, and she'll be needing to be reimbursed for that as well, and then there will be costs and things like that.
What the idea is.
And I
Just-
think
Oh, I see.
that is really the only increase. Of course, there's always an increase with our data processing, but that comes out of our funds that we've got. Is there any other questions?
I don't. No, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you,
that was
ma'am.
easy. Thank
Yeah,
y'all,
all right.
appreciate it.
So we are slightly behind. We're right at 10 o'clock. We're moving next into volunteer fire departments, and this can be a bigger one. So unless anybody would object, I might suggest a 10-minute recess.
No objection.
All right,
You're right,
we
it's
will
gonna
do
be a
10 minutes.
biggie.
All righty.
Be buried in my backyard.
Fire departments, volunteer fire departments. I guess we can go in the order listed here with
Bad idea.
going with number 1 first.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's
Chris Edgerton, I'm Chief Number 1 Fire Department. Not sure if this was communicated, I'm going to be representing everybody.
Okay.
If I have to go to the peanut gallery for questions,
That's fine.
I'll do that if you stump me. I ran into Mayor Isbell not too long ago, and I asked him, how can I best prepare this conversation for you guys? And he said, short and sweet. So that's the goal here. So, yes, we're all together. First, I want to acknowledge what the county did for us last year in contributing at the level of $100,000 per station. It's made an immediate difference in the well-being of a lot of the fire departments, and it has allowed Oak Grove to finance the purchase of their first ever new apparatus in the department's existence. So, you know, that it made the difference between doors opening and closing for some of the agencies and allowed the rest of us to continue to make investments in life-saving gear. So our ask is that we continue, as you see on our paperwork, at that level for the time being. There's a lot of catching up to do. We're all behind equipment-wise. Apparatus is the biggest need in this county. So getting rigs up to date, and then the equipment our firefighters wear and use every day out in the course of the job. Another thing that helps is it's really hard to go secure loans if you don't know year over year that you're going to have some similar level of funding. I'm sure you guys know this. Everything post-COVID's gotten more expensive, and that's not immune to the fire service. Fire engines have doubled in cost in the last 5 to 6 years. My newest apparatus is a 2017 model. It was $450,000 when we bought it. Same truck again today, $850,000. Yeah. And it just keeps ticking up. So there's an immediate need, and we'd really like to stay at that level. The other thing you probably know about is the ad hoc committee that's currently going on that I sit on, and we're talking about a county fire coordinator position. I believe at the next emergency services committee, they'll go over the job description for that before it's actually voted on and things like that. I've heard before there's a need and a request for oversight to the volunteer fire departments within this county, and that position would give you a lot more oversight. You'd have a paid county employee that would handle all of that stuff. So, all right.
And so, just to be, like, this was already voted on, like, this is the same levels as a couple, 2 commissions ago where there was a motion to raise the.
Not long-term, though. That was all one-time appropriation.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is that these levels are in line with what that vote
Last year.
was from
Yeah,
last
well,
year.
we did 2, we did basically
Sorry,
2.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, I'm just trying to
We did basically $2 $500,000
Yeah.
appropriations. First was 50,000,
Yeah,
and
so
then very recently we did
I think they're just
another.
trying to get ahead of, like, not come back.
Yeah, so, but my point here is that,
Yes, it's combined to make that the baseline.
yeah, so that that's, okay.
But he's talking about a coordinator.
No, and that's a separate ask.
Separate
I'm
ask,
literally
yeah.
just looking at this right now, the difference between the 24,000 and the 100,000.
Right.
Because I'm looking at the total in that, just over 1 million. I feel like that was.
That's what we gave him last year.
That's what we're actually at now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Well,
All
don't
right.
forget, 2 of them are not included in the budget because they were late requests, so you would have to add 200 more thousand.
Okay.
Yep. So let me speak to that because I'm one of them, and then there's one other. I apologize. I know you guys put out a deadline. I got the paperwork in late. Life got in the way. I'm a little bit overcommitted with baseball, church, volunteer fire committees, job, all those important things. So I do ask that you guys consider adding those things back in. I promise that we won't be late in the future. That's part of what a coordinator position can help ensure is all the paperwork is timely, turned in, and accurate. Last thing I want to mention real quick, last 2 things. You've probably seen Tennessee House Resolution 790 was recently signed by the governor, where they deemed the fire service an essential service in the state of Tennessee. So previously we were left out. It was just EMS and sheriff's office. That has now been signed by the government. It's not a law, but they're strongly suggesting that each county recognized fire as an essential service. So in the past, they did that with EMS years ago. It was a similar thing, saying, hey, you need to consider this, and then it became law. Counties have to provide some sort of EMS service, whether it's contracted out or anything else. The good news, you already have a fire service in the county covering all your citizens. Our goal is to just get to a level of funding where we can catch up to the surrounding counties, get in within NFPA standards, and at that point, we continue to grow. So the last thing is just the number of calls, in case anybody's wondering. We saw an 8% call volume increase year over year from 2024 to 2025, bringing us to roughly 6,800 calls. Almost 200 of those are mutual aid responses into the cities of Hendersonville, Gallatin, White House, and Portland. So I know there's a lot of concerns about the citizens of those cities and what are they getting for their money. We're the next line of defense. You know, when a tornado comes through, we're operating within those cities, and so on and so on. Yes, sir, you had a question?
Are those total calls or just fire-specific calls?
Those are total calls for service.
Okay.
So car wreck, water rescue, plane crash in Cottontown Zone, anything that comes out, that's what we're dispatched to.
Okay.
And you're picking those up from ECC, right?
Yes. So if we ask them, they report it back to us. We track it on our own as well. We got the habit of tracking, reporting to the Emergency Services Committee, and we just haven't been out of that habit. So it's good to know where you're standing here over here.
How many of those are actual house fires?
That's what he was just
Oh,
saying.
what?
I'm sorry, you
I'm
were.
sorry.
No, you were answering another.
You know, without digging into the
He's saying
numbers,
it's all.
and giving you a specific answer, I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of 10%, just because that's pretty consistent with the fire service across the US. Most of what we're doing is emergency medical, assisting EMS, vehicle wrecks, rescue, non-specific things, and then you get house fires, brush fires, vehicle fires, things like that. So
Would you stipulate that your largest capital need, though, would be the engines?
well, the engine is the vehicle that hits the street, so even if it's not responding to a fire call, it's responding to anything we get. You know, I put the equipment on the street just because anybody that's been in the fire service long enough will tell you, you don't want to say, oh, we don't need the engine for that, and then you get there and it turns into something that you do need the apparatus for. But it hauls all of our extrication equipment, medical equipment, anything else that we might need, so.
What is the position of the volunteer fire departments on fire districts?
Well, could you explain a little further as far as, you mean like for tax purposes?
Yes.
You know, if that's the direction the county wanted to go, I don't think we would be opposed to that. I know most citizens.
Opposed to it?
Or we would not be opposed to that. I think most citizens would tell you, we don't want a tax increase, but we understand that, you know, typically to get a revenue increase, there's gotta be something on the back end. So if the county were to take our current zones, or maybe even change them up a little bit, depending on what a future coordinator suggests, you know, and look at the tax base, that would make the difference. You know, my zone's a little bit unique because we're the smallest and we run the fewest number of calls every year, but we have the highest property values in the county, including a $25 million commercial building that somebody's using as a residence in our zone that's sitting on 100 acres. So, you know, every zone's a little bit different, and, you know, if you look at Gallatin versus Hendersonville, different tax bases, different results at the funding level. So I'm not opposed to that, but I realize that nobody wants to talk about tax increases. Yes, ma'am.
I was at your last meeting a couple weeks ago, and I didn't catch all of it, and y'all were discussing the qualifications for the coordinator. I'm understanding that is the goal, is to have a full-time paid coordinator. Yes.
That's one of the recommendations the ad hoc committee has come up with. That's the first thing we started with. As Commissioner Wynn will tell you, we kind of started with where are we lacking, what are the needs, and going from there. And that's one of the things that the committee decided, yeah, that would be a good thing to have to help give you some level of oversight. Instead of just saying, here's money, we're not sure what you're doing with it, give you that oversight piece. And then also coordinating as far as trainings go, making sure all the laws are met, all the requirements are met, and then helping to
So
strategize.
who does that, would that coordinator report to?
County, I guess, I'm not really sure.
I mean, that's kind of the, and I'm not picking on you here, I had the same questions about project management, right? Like a person who, you know the deal, a person who reports to everybody is a person who reports to nobody, so like,
Right.
we gotta, I've got, sorry, I interrupted you. If you have
I just want to talk about the money. Y'all were discussing the pay for that position, and I believe I saw the high number to be 80,000. Was that, am I making that up?
Did we discuss that in the
I
committee?
don't think it really came up, except for in private conversations, of what it may cost to have somebody along those lines who can do this job properly.
And do y'all have a goal for that position? Like a timeline goal? Like, we
Yes.
would hope to have this by when?
Hopefully within the next budget cycle, so
Within the 28 budget or
Yes.
the 27?
So not this one,
not this one.
the 28.
Oh, okay, because I don't see
Okay,
it
yeah.
reflected
Yes, I was
here,
gonna
which
ask.
is why I was
No,
asking.
that was-
Okay.
That was asked about the Emergency Services Committee the other night, and
Okay.
there's not enough time to do that.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
too much
okay,
trouble.
okay, I just
Okay.
didn't know how far out we were. No, I'm sorry.
No, I was
covered
gonna-
the money, Mr.
I was
Budget Chair.
gonna ask the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Hyde, did you have any other questions?
Not other than the fact of what I mentioned yesterday, and that is, and I think the attorney sort of agreed with me, that there is an invisible line there. If there is not a specific as to what is required or not required, but at some point, and I think a coordinator may be that trigger point, where we are now supervising as a county, the fire departments.
Yep.
I think the state is going to step in and say, you have accepted fire service as a county service. And that's just my opinion.
I tend to, we can talk about this during workshop, and I don't want to, because I don't want to belabor points here. I agree with you completely, and it sounds like this is something we'll have to deal with next year, but my opinion on this is that, and I'll just come out with it, we either need to be in or we need to be out. And if we're out, then we maintain it's a volunteer setting, and we can argue over volunteer donations, and we need to have this clear line of delineation. If we're in, then I know that we don't have the funding source for it, and I have been a proponent of putting a referendum to the people to say, hey, do you want to accept this? Because that tells me, that referendum would tell me what the people out in the county want to do. Do they want to keep that clear line of separation, and we're not gonna increase the funding, and we're not gonna have a county-wide professional fire service, and that's okay. We can, we do, and that's okay too, but it's gonna cost this additional amount, and that's what I understood the purpose of that committee was to figure out what the funding for what those two options looked like. And this seems to be kind of riding the middle ground that I'm not sure, up to Mr. Hyde's point, I'm not sure there's a middle ground to ride here, but it sounds like we don't have to make that call for another year.
Well, I want to address that concern real quick. So the CTAS representative, community technical, what?
Yeah, CTAS, County Technical.
So they're part of the University of Tennessee. They work across the state. They did a study of Sumner County several years ago, and their representative was recently here. And that recommendation came from their recommendation, with the understanding it wouldn't blur those lines and cause the county more legal trouble.
So the CTAS said that?
Yes. So
Who said that?
what's his name?
Oh, wow.
Mark Alley.
Mark Alley from CTAS. And if you go back and look at the ad hoc committee where CTAS came, and I believe Mr. Klein was there, they gave a timeline and a kind of a schedule of different ways you could do the fire service. One, to keep us completely out of the fire department service, you could have a coordinator as opposed to a county fire chief.
Marshal.
Or fire marshal. The difference between a marshal, a coordinator, and a chief is a marshal is somebody who can do the coordinator position but also do codes on top of it. which was, our understanding was is that the county does not do fire building codes right now. They're not necessarily interested in getting into that. But if they do in the future, this is a person that can start doing that if you do decide to in the future. But the main purpose of that person would be to oversee the fire service without getting into the incident command. Like, that person would not be able to show up on a fire scene and start telling firefighters how to run their operations. The specific purpose of that person would just be to, he would respond to, or he would be employed directly to the county mayor the same way that John Michael Poss and Ken Widener are right now. But they would just be more of a person that would help write grants for the fire department, which would save the county money. It would be somebody who can kind of watch over where the budgets are every year, because right now when we turn in the budgets, it goes to the finance director, and then y'all look at it at budget time, but let's be honest, y'all kind of glance over it. I don't know how many commissioners actually go through and see, where are those dollars and dimes going, and is that the best use of our resources? And then on the capital side, that would be the person that helps y'all decide, hey, this fire station is 60 years old, this fire truck is 40 years old, where do we need to put the capital is the best use of our funds. So it's not somebody who would be operationally involved, but they would help y'all out on the dollars and cents.
I actually so I understand that, so the line of delineation is on operational control. What I would tell you is that I don't think anybody, at least I don't, like, very few people deny that you all are, that your needs are greater than what we're able to fund. And I'm the guy, I voted against it, right? Like, nobody denies that. It's the question, the issue that folks like, Mr. I don't only speak for you, but I think we tend to fall on the same line on this. I think those of us who are concerned about it we really have two questions. One, are we in or are we out? And two, where are those funds coming from? Because if we're in, we need new funding source somewhere. If we're not in, then our existing, then it's a volunteer thing, and there are different areas. We are not required at that point, I would argue, to fully fund, right? If we're not in, we're not required to fully fund because it's a volunteer service. And I know that sounds harsh. I'm somebody who maybe argues that we should be fully in. But if we're not, then, some of your sources of income would come from citizens or fundraisers or all of these other things that volunteers come from. Nobody's denying, at least I'm not, I don't think anybody's denying that you guys don't have more needs than we're funding. Nobody's saying that. The question is, are we responsible for doing it? And if we're in, we are. If we're out, we're not.
I think that 790 that just passed and was signed by the governor, I think that will clear out some of that. Because I think at this point, say number one's fire department goes bankrupt, there's nobody there to cover that area. Mm-hmm. At that point, does the county not have a responsibility to step in and put a fire department there now?
Probably would.
And would the volunteer departments not save you astronomical amounts of money? So it's probably better to keep them around.
Well, it depends on the purpose, right? Like, it depends on where you're sitting. Like, and I know this again. I'm somebody who wants to solve the real problem here, not kick this down the curb. So I'm saying this in a respectful way. But this is a call that I have gotten from constituents because I represent an area fully in the city. And now I have rental property in the county, right? Like, so I get both sides of this, but constituents in my district tell me, why should I fund this? And I hear the mutual aid, and they're like, I don't care about that. I live in the city. I hardly leave the city. I go from I'm elderly. I leave from Indian Lake to the streets of Indian Lake, and sometimes I go down to Nashville, and it does not concern me. And my job is to represent my constituents, you know, as, now I also understand like the, you know, the greater good of the county, I'm not against that, but I have to carry the desires and the wishes, you know, I'm here to represent them, and I hope you guys understand that, and all of us who are in the city kind of have a similar.
I'd like to explain too, and you already knew I was out visiting a couple of fire departments with John Michael, and I was greatly impressed with what I saw. I'm all for the volunteer fire department. I think they do an amazing job. But just like the chairman here, the only position that I'm coming from is, I think to make it fair, we should at least have a referendum in the county on, do you want to support your volunteer fire departments by a fire tax? Because I happen to represent a district in Hendersonville that is very middle class. Moms and dads both work, and just hard-working middle-class people. It was a wonderful community. I wouldn't live anywhere else. They're already paying a big chunk of money for city fire tax, because we have an excellent fire department in the city of Hendersonville. So is the county willing to pay more money to support their county fire service? Otherwise, the people in my community that I represent, which is fully 100% within the city of Hendersonville, are going to be double taxed for other people's fire service and for our fire service. So I'm not against you, I'm for you, and I want to find some solution. But it's got to be fair, in my opinion, for my people.
So, just.
Go ahead, let you respond.
Just so you know, the coordinator position, that's just a recommendation coming out of the ad hoc committee for the commission to decide. So, you know, if the commission deems this isn't necessary, let's look at this down the road. Totally understand it's part of a sequence of recommendations that are kind of.
And I also want to mention, Mr. Clark, I'm going to get you. You guys have always been, like, I see the stuff on Facebook. I don't comment much, but you guys are always fair and reasonable, and y'all have never come at myself or Mr. Hyde or others because I think I want you to say that I appreciate your professionalism. I've been out to visit, like, I've seen you guys, right? I mean, like, I know that you recognize that we're not just trying to say no, we want to solve the long-term problem here and just not kick the can down the road. So I did want to just thank you guys for being professional as we, you know, kind of battle on this stuff. So
yeah, and I just want to speak as a member of the ad hoc. We've got some really heavy thinkers. We've got reams of paper we're going through. We've had the CTAS consultant company spent in 2 hours with us or something. We're really not kicking the can down the road. We are really delving into the coordinator we saw as a person who would be worth spending money on it, and we're not there yet. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, but it seemed like somebody who, with those talents, could help pull everything together to increase efficiencies between the volunteer fire departments, reduce redundancy, understand the paperwork, keep a inventory of equipment, where it's at, life expectancy wise, where it needs. And so, you know, getting a handle on those costs, and you know, one of our biggest problems is people volunteering for the fire departments. That's one of the biggest problems right now, because it's volunteer, it's not paid, right? So we've got some serious problems, and you know, I understand the cities pay for their fire departments. My district is fully county. I don't have any city property in my district. So I'm very interested in you know, making this thing work, because they are the best bang for the buck. in the
Yeah.
county when it comes to fire
I agree.
departments. And none of these guys, I can tell you, none of them want to see a tax increase. They don't really want to be a county fire, they would rather stay volunteer from everything I'm hearing. So we're working through it we're thinking through things really, really hard. Wes is doing a good job as the chairman. And, you know, he and I are kind of on the outside because we're not fire professionals like these guys are. We're learning a lot in the process. But there's a lot of good questions being asked. So I think, you know, what the chief is asking for here is the same stopgap we gave them last year,
Yeah.
just to get through until we can really, really fix the problem.
Got it.
Any other questions for me?
Thank you, guys.
I'll end with this. In case there's any confusion, that number is nowhere near fully funded.
Yep, I get it.
I could
I get
spend
it.
millions of dollars tomorrow if I had it. We do the best with what we've got. As a resident of the city of Hendersonville, I pay those taxes. Pay for the schools, pay for the county ambulance service, the sheriff's office, and everything else. I would like to see the money go everywhere in the county. I know Hendersonville Fire Department's a great fire department. I think very highly of them. But I've got friends and family that live outside the county. I'd like to make sure they have a similar level of protection. So if you look at this number, if you looked at what we've asked for in the past, it's a difference of a couple dollars a year that you could invest.
I think you misunderstood what I said then. I want to see county residents protected. And there's no question about that whatsoever. That's why I think that perhaps fire districts where there is a taxation to support a quality fire department as we have now would be a good thing, as the people in Hendersonville are being taxed to support the fire department.
Any other questions? Thank y'all for your time. Thank you, sir. Okay, what do we got here? Ashley's Place.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think everybody around the table knows that Ashley's Place is the only child advocacy center serving Sumner County, providing a variety of services to not only families and kids, being therapy, victim advocacy, but even to prevention education throughout the community, but even to our law enforcement, our district attorney's office, our Department of Children's Services. When we look at that forensic interview piece, we are unique in that we are a nonprofit, but by state statute, we are part of the investigative team working with law enforcement, DCS, and the DA's office in regards to all of those services. But I think there's been a little shift in the statute just to kind of give you a visual of what this means for kids. And if anybody follows the DA's office Facebook page, you can see how busy we are and trials, and we are a part of every one of those that involve children. And what that looks like for kids having that forensic interview piece, especially here recently, because again, the statute changed. I can go up if I'm the one that did the interview as the director, that's my primary job, but I'm also a forensic interviewer. If I interviewed that child, we go to trial, I'm on the stand. We play that video while I sit on the stand, which usually puts me on the stand for an hour and a half, give or take. That child does come on the stand. They testify to knowing the truth, with the difference between the truth and a lie. They testify to having talked to Miss Amy, and yes, everything I said in that video is the truth. And that's the extent, for the most part, of that juvenile's statement, and that all of that kind of, all the time on the stand and more of the pressure goes on us as the forensic interviewer. So that's a huge piece when we look at our prosecution. Our therapist, of course, is very involved, and there's things that kind of come into play that kids that are receiving therapy services after they've been interviewed that assist with prosecution as well. Victim advocacy, we are getting kids ready for court. We're getting them linked in with other resources in the county that they may need outside of ours, just depending. We've got families that come in. They're there because there's a child sex abuse allegation, but they also may need, a referral and some assistance getting to Home Safe or getting to food bank. or whatever that case. So our family advocate does a lot of that coordinating as well, even outside that investigation piece. We average about 550 severe child abuse cases for Sumner County a year. So we are only getting child sex abuse, of course, is always going to be severe, and that's probably 90% of what we're working with. Severe physical abuse, child deaths, of course, will be severe, and then some drug exposed, depending on, you know, just the circumstances and the age of the child. So it's a lot of, and that's a small drop in the bucket compared to what our DCS sees. They see well over 1,500 referrals for our county annually that they're working with, because they're getting all the non-severe stuff as well. We are not asking for an increase. It's the same amount that we have gotten last year and several years prior. We're not in a position right now where we need an increase, and I'm not, you know, I told my board, I said, I'm not gonna ask for an increase we don't need right now. There may be a time down the road that we need that, and so I try to be very fiscally responsible about that ask.
What's your total reserves that you currently have at Ashley's Place?
I'd have to look at, so I pulled the current budget. We had, it gets a little, we're on the last year, there was some one-time state appropriation funding, that, it was one-time funding, but they divvied it up over 3 years, so it didn't blow up our budgets. That's about to finish. So I would say on average, because everything we do is on kind of a submitted invoice, we get that paid by DCS for our DCS contracts. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It's not the number I specifically pulled. Maybe 100,000.
Okay, okay. So we're, yeah, that's, I was just trying to directionally get, you know, is it, you know, 100,000 is, that seems reasonable, right? Roughly a quarter of your year, or is it like 3 million? I mean, so, okay. I'm just checking, doing my diligence.
I know, sorry.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
I know you said you're not needing an increase right now. I just want to I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying a lot of people come humble and scared to ask. What I don't want to do, because I'm with you, I've seen the increase that our sheriff department is really, and he spoke to this yesterday, like really focusing on those types of cases. Do you see a need in an increase? Do you need more money? Or I want to confirm that.
From y'all?
Yes.
Honestly, no.
Okay.
And
because I know you support a lot of what we do, and I don't want to leave that.
And I appreciate that, because that is very true. Sometimes you do kind of weigh, you know, I don't know, is this the time to ask for an increase? Is it not? We've been fortunate. We've had, with that one-time appropriation money, that has helped tremendously to get some things done. We have had some contract increases from Department of Children's Services. That is a forensic interviewer contract and just a general operating. Those contracts had not been adjusted since 1994. I mean, they were really, really low. We fought very hard with the state legislature to get those increases. So that has helped, and so we're kind of just, you know, kind of filtering through that, because it's our first fiscal year of having those. And we're able to do some salary adjustments and kind of get up to par around some of our surrounding counties and those child advocacy centers. But that's kind of the long answer, but if I needed it, I would definitely ask, but I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Thank you for all the work you do.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
So your income was 444 almost, and your expenses have been 381. Was that in anticipation of losing the state appropriations? Because they're almost the same.
Well, when you look at, I think this budget comes out, so this was kind of wonky, and that is an official term. Because some of this state appropriation money is covering some of this therapy budget up here, which is direct service, and so it was kind of, I had the therapy line item on there, but still needed to account for that, if that makes sense. Because when I did our potential 26-27, we do have, our income is a little more projected than what we would have going out, to kind of give us a little bit of a nest egg. But I think that is reflecting for kind of that being double put in there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh,
Just
go ahead.
real quick, not budget related at all. Who happens to be on your board, man? I'm just correct for my own.
Jay Ingram, Michael Hartman is HCA. We've got a couple business owners, Sharon Savy with Wilson County Bank and Trust. I'm trying to think who else kind of would know position-wise. Eddie Cripps with the Sheriff's Department, and a couple other just like community
That's fine, that's
individuals.
fine. I figured Jay
We
was
do
still,
have-
I knew he'd been involved with it.
He had been involved before, had rolled off, and then had come back and was wanting to get back involved with that.
I
So we
was
just recently
just
put him
my own
on.
personal information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Hope Family Health.
I brought 3 annual reports, not to be cheap, but just I know y'all are already drowning in a lot of paperwork. So if you are interested, that is our 2025 annual report. I am Lauren Smith. I am the new CEO at Hope Family Health out in Westmoreland. For those of you that have never been on Hope's campus, we are your community health center here in Sumner County, and part of that means we serve the entire community, from the uninsured to the insured, and no one is ever turned away due to an inability to pay. No one ever goes without their medicine. And most importantly, what we do at Hope is integrated care, and for those of you that is a new term, integrated care looks like in primary care where I have primary care doctors, pharmacy, and behavioral health all operating under one roof, and the doctors work together so that your care is the best that it can be, and it is truly improving, and you are getting healthier when you come to Hope. I'm coming to you as a new community partner. We're asking for $2,500 to help with the uninsured patients and their lab work so that we can treat them effectively.
Any questions?
If you have not been out there, please go out there. I haven't been out there I went out there with Leadership Summit a couple years ago, but if you have never been out there, I highly recommend.
And you all have a standing invitation. There's nothing that gives me greater joy than to give tours of the Community Health Center. It's really magical when you're on the campus. We have the main campus in Westmoreland. We have one here in Gallatin. And new to our addition is the mobile clinic that goes out into the more rural pockets.
What kind of overlap do you have with the health department?
So that's a great question. I'm gonna give you too big of an answer.
No,
So
it's
you
fine.
ready for education while I'm
you're
here. So the safety net is a term. Every state has it. It's not unique to Tennessee. So if you ever move from Tennessee and you're looking for healthcare, whether it's for, a group that falls under the federal poverty level, or they're just uninsured, or just a unique population, you just Google safety net. And it will tell you who is in the safety net from state to state. It looks different from state to state.
Sure.
For Tennessee, your safety net is your traditional health department, your FQHCs, that's Hope, and then you also have what we call kind of charitable care clinics. So these are, you find them at churches. They're not as robust as the community health centers, but all 3 of us kind of do something different. If you go out to the health department gets a lot put on their plate. Primary care is not it. They're also, I learned through Leadership Gallatin, they're in charge of swimming pools, and I didn't even know that.
I didn't either.
Like, that's wild. So they're doing all of these other things. They're great for vaccines. So we don't get a lot of childhood vaccine visits. Vaccines are very expensive to house, especially if you're not giving them.
Sure.
So we partner with the health department to make sure that children get vaccines as quickly as they can. So that's a great working relationship that we have as a health center. They also love to send us all the people who are in need of primary care and chronic disease management. So your health departments are great for COVID, vaccines, things when you think of true public health concerns, TB, but they do not want to manage your diabetes, and that's what I do.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Actually, you got a card? Because I need to contact you about something.
I will make sure they're on the back of that. You call any of those numbers and you can have it. And I know Mr. Isbell has it.
I'll just steal David's, it's fine.
The Westmoreland.
Did you have a question?
It's unrelated to the budget, it's
Okay. You just
other ways to give back, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Mine.
Where does the bulk of your funding come from?
So,
Because it's huge, your budget's huge.
for healthcare, it's not though, right?
Yeah.
So. our
Oh,
budget-
no, but I mean like for people that come and ask, it is.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, you're fine, I was just 14 million, so where does the bulk come from?
So there are a lot of revenue streams to help even it out. I will tell you, this is probably something new information to you. Health centers are allowed to carry it's called a 340B pharmacy.
Mm-hmm.
So the 340B pharmacy is where the health centers are allowed to purchase our pharmaceuticals from the pharmaceutical companies at a much, much lower cost.
Mm-hmm.
That revenue we make off our patients who have health insurance covers the ones who don't.
So you do.
So you're a
bill
true
some
provider.
Insurance.
You're a-
Oh, well,
you're a-
absolutely.
Okay,
you're
well,
a
I
true
didn't know
provider.
that. That's why I was asking.
These are great questions.
Yeah,
But you
my
also do
husband-
more than just
yeah.
healthcare, like it's several different pockets, right?
So it's all encompassed. So any of the social determinants of health as well. So we
Yeah.
do primary care, chronic disease management, wellness visits. You can get your pharmaceuticals from Hope as well. We also do behavioral health. So I have
Right.
five psych MPs, therapy,
Six
all of
mental
that.
health is.
So if, let me
I
ask
think
this
that's
then.
great. My husband ran,
Come on, just come
he
on
was
out
in
and see it.
rehab director. I
think
mean,
Commissioner
that's why I was
Denone said she's
asking
even
about the
practiced there
number. So that's your.
So let me, look, so now I'm just kind of interesting. So if you do have insurance, or if you wanted a cash pay on something and you came to Hope, would that actually, if you chose that as a provider, would that help? Like,
Yes. So when I
Okay.
say we're a community health center, like bottom line, we serve the whole community and we need the whole community coming to Hope so that the whole pie works.
I would be, this is
Together.
way beyond the,
Awesome.
this is awesome. Like, I
I'm so
worked in
glad
healthcare
that
for
can Westmoreland.
10
So
years.
Hope
Like,
is very unique too. Like I don't
I think it's,
know
like you said, it's
of either
perfect
keeping
spot.
up with the Rural Health Transformation Funds. You know, it's this
Yep.
$50 billion,
Yep.
Make America Healthy Again. Hope was referenced as a case study
Right.
along with another community partner on this is how it's supposed to work when it works well.
what is your caseload for, folks in recovery?
So because we have behavioral health,
Why aren't we routing some fund, like, I'm thinking of
we never
ways to
come
help
and
you.
ask. So I'm
The opioid abatement funds, 'cause
So we take the opioid abatement funds as well. So in the annual report, you'll see where we participate with primary prevention and harm reduction. We have the Narcan machines out in the community.
Okay.
We're also doing ACEs along with things like that, and we're hoping to start partnering with.
So you're getting opioid abatement funds directly from the federal
Are you
pipeline?
getting any of our money?
No.
You know
This
it's.
is our first ask to you in 20 years.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Well, look, I
Might
got,
wanna reach out, cause we've got grants.
here, I'm
there.
gonna probably give you guys a call, or just mention it. And I'm sure I would probably encourage anybody to do that. Thank you for,
And I come to you just wanting to serve the community, like in any capacity, like our favorite answer is how can we help? Like we're here to serve in any facet of your, districts, businesses, your own families.
The main office is the,
Westmoreland campus, that's
what I thought.
the big campus.
so yeah, because I guess when I first saw this, I thought you were like and I don't mean that there's wonderful care coordination out there, like and I'm not taking anything away from it, I thought maybe this was
Oh no,
another.
I treat bodies.
I thought this was another care coordination / training effort. This is a true provider, like end-to-end care. Okay, got it. Any other questions?
Please come and see us.
Thank you, ma'am.
You guys.
you should go through Leadership Summer, you learn all kinds of things.
They never invite me. They never invited me. They're like, we don't want that guy.
Lauren and I were classmates in Leadership Middle Tennessee.
I'm not the kind of guy I'm too grungy.
I'm texting and getting an ask
All right.
right now for you.
All right, I think we don't need a break. Do we need a break, or we want to go right into EMS? We're a little bit behind.
Go right in.
All right, EMS, Mr. Poss.
Hey, are you saving that for your packet?
Thank you.
Well, last time.
David.
No, we're all right. Yeah, that's fine, but that's what we'll do. The others are gonna be quick.
Hey, you made it.
No, that's what I'm looking for. I got real nervous. All right, ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Fire away.
Good deal.
829.
829, guys.
All right, so I've got an outline of just our request. I think it's gonna follow your spreadsheet. We'll start out with additional personnel needed. Adding additional AEMTs and paramedics to address our critical operational needs. What we're looking to do is start a multi-year plan for our field crews to transition from a 56-hour work week to a 42-hour work week. This will improve recruitment and retention and provide safer conditions for our patients and our crews. Additional ALS ambulance in the field to reduce response times and due to our increased call volume. Also added a half year of staffing for the anticipation of the West Side Station being completed. As far as new salaries, a 2% COLA provided by the commission, step raises for the crews. There's a small increase for a CQI manager position to bring it equal to a paramedic's annual income, just for parity. And we're also removing one administration position. Through the operation lines, very small request there. Additional funds to cover revenue processing costs, which is 4% of our revenue. Slight increase in patient oxygen use, tire increase costs. Uniform price increase due to additional personnel, and just overall cost of those uniforms. In capital, move on to a replacement of 3 ALS ambulance and 1 BLS ambulance. That's a typical ask each year. Remind you that the ALS ambulances are 3 years out on purchasing those. As usual, replace the power load costs and power cost systems. Keep those on about a 5-year rotation to keep them up. And then the final ask is replacement of the Oak Grove EMS station to include a substation for our Sumner County Sheriff's Office. This will be replacing that dilapidated 35-year-old tin building. So that is our ask.
Any questions?
Well, just got the page number.
Yeah, sorry, we're there to give folks a
Oak
second.
Grove is the one that we've been talking about for 3 years, isn't it, by the old C&D?
C&D.
Construction and Development Materials Dump, when is over there?
Yes, Resource Authority,
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
Bandy Road, it is.
I'll take your word on the street name.
Yeah.
I
So
just
we
want
did, we talked about it.
catalog
but-
it in my head correctly.
Yeah, the ARPA funds, and then it was pulled and that's
That's, yeah, so that's where the new fire station is.
correct, there's
And
a
you
fire station.
You share it with them, right?
So, we do share part of the old building, they do have some apparatus still in the old building.
Right.
But they do have a new facility there.
Right.
That we do not occupy with them.
Right, but both buildings are on the same property?
Correct.
Yeah. So, you're saying you want to build a new building and move out of that?
Yes.
And on the same property, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that building to be demolished?
That'll be up to the county, and
Okay.
it could be repurposed for other things, but it does need to be in the EMS section.
That's a single crew, right?
Correct.
A single ambulance.
It's important, yeah, it's important to note, y'all may not have heard the new model, as we're going out in the county and building these stations, same thing with White House and now with Oak Grove. We're also partnering with the Sheriff's Department to have a substation for them to do work out in the county, so that will make it more efficient for the Sheriff's Department as well.
When did that happen?
Right now.
Right now, okay, okay.
Ground
floor.
No, I talked about this when we were talking about the White House station as well. But that's gonna be the new model going forward, when we're out in the county.
So,
Now, of course, in the cities, we partner with the cities to use their facilities.
So every location is planned to have a sheriff, EMS,
go.
and fire, volunteer fire?
Not fire.
Well, no, not volunteer fire.
Okay.
No,
So
sheriff and EMS.
Sheriff and EMS.
Right.
In this particular case, it would be at the same location, maybe.
Well, I mean, I would note, I mean, to the previous point here, right, like, if the county did end up at some point having a rural, professional rural fire department, I mean, I think that probably would make sense to do. I mean, I realize you guys are in like month 6 of what will be probably a 24-month thing. I get it,
Probably.
but like, anyhow, I'm getting us off track. I had a question. Any other notes from you, Mr.? I did have one question, and I guess maybe a question for Beth. It's the same thing, not putting you on the spot. Same thing I did for Mr. Craddock, Sheriff Craddock, and that is if we were to pull out, and if you know this, that's fine, otherwise we can back into it. If you were to pull out all of your new hires, what is your average increase on a percent-wise basis over COLA? Right, so like the additional increases, if you have to put in steps, et cetera, like the total percent. Do you have that off the top of your head? That's okay, we'll back into it. The reason I'm asking is that I'm just trying to like make things relatively equitable. My hunch is that probably, you guys both have big organizations, it's probably gonna be pretty close. I'm just trying to it doesn't have to be exact, but I'm trying to get it directionally the same. That's why I asked, just being fair.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So you have 8 positions listed as AEMT, 2 paramedic. So is that moving 8 current AEMT positions to paramedic?
So it's a net ask of 8 ALS AEMTs and 8 ALS paramedics. It's just, the spreadsheet is confusing in how it came out. But some of those positions right now, we have AEMTs and paramedic positions, and those people are in school, so they will automatically go to a paramedic position for the next budget.
Can I piggyback off your question, Beth, and ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like, so on those, because it's like that with like paramedic, do not use, move to ALS. Move to using paramedic spot to ALS, that kind of thing. There's still a COLA raise factored into some of those that are not being.
It is because that's what they were budgeted for, those paramedic positions.
Okay.
And those, they needed AEMT, if I'm not mistaken. You couldn't fill the paramedic positions, but you needed positions.
We could fill with AEMTs.
Correct. So they were using the paramedic positions for the EMT positions.
I guess my question is, are we double counting COLA in our numbers?
Well,
Because of
that
these
COLA
unused
is just
spots?
on the portion of because paramedics are paid more than ALS, so if they happen, if that.
I see what you're saying, it's
EMT
just gonna go.
becomes a paramedic,
Okay.
they're being paid more.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we weren't double counting. Thank you.
No, it's just on the additional portion that was available in the budget.
And you said, John Michael, you said it was a net ask of how many positions?
8 ALS AEMTs and 8 paramedics.
Okay.
And then the half year for the West Side Station will be 3.
16 plus 6. 22, thank you.
So that'll take us to how many ALS crews?
So if fully funded, we would go to, at the end of this, 16 ALS ambulances on the road.
16, and how many BLS?
I believe we're funded for 6.
Oh.
So right now we have 13 ALS. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So we're adding 3.
So back to my question. So these 8 EMTs that are moving to paramedics, you would still keep the EMT spots?
Correct. That's why there should be 16 new spots total. Yeah.
What's the thought process on keeping those instead of reducing those and adding, just for recruitment of new people?
Well, recruitment, but a paramedic can fill both roles on the ambulance. We can't have 2 AEMTs on an ambulance, so we have to keep more paramedics than
Gotcha.
AEMTs.
Okay.
Yeah, AEMT, 2 AEMTs don't respond to 911 calls. They just can't provide that level of service that a paramedic can.
Gotcha. Sorry, I know nothing about that world. I wouldn't respond to a paper cut, so I don't know.
Appreciate your honesty. Keep that in mind if I fall out.
Nope, not your guy.
Any other information to have? Any other questions for Mr. Poss?
Don't call it.
Thank you, Chief Poss. Okay. Sorry, I was in my calculator here trying to back in. I'll do it in a minute. Star Center. Do we have that?
Yeah.
Okay. Tennessee Rehab.
Star Center didn't come.
They said they were.
Practicing my deer in the headlights look, so hopefully I'll get that right. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Community Services Unit of Tennessee Rehabilitation, we work with individuals with disabilities to help them get and keep a job. We provide services working on things like the soft skills, interview skills, communication skills. If we have a customer who is going to have to get a driver's license in order to get their job, we can work with them to help prepare them for the written test, not the driving test, because I don't have the nerves for that. I do have a few numbers just to help you understand, so for example, so far this fiscal year, we have served 41 customers. I think it's actually 43 now. And provided 260 services amongst those customers. And at last check, which I think this also might have gone up 1 or 2, we do have 16 customers who have achieved what we call CIE, Competitive Integrated Employment. So they have gotten a job, not one that, in order for us to consider them a success, they have to work somewhere where they will be working with all kinds of individuals, not just individuals with a disability, for example. They have to be paid a competitive wage, and they have to be in that job at least 90 days. And so we've had 16, I think we're at 17 now, individuals that have gotten those jobs this fiscal year. And like I said, we've been serving 41 people. A lot of these individuals we serve, it's kind of a long-term thing. Like if we're helping them to get a driver's license, it still might be a while before they get a job, or we're helping them with post-secondary education. That means it might be 4 years before they achieve their employment. But I know that the voc rehab program as a whole in this area has been hitting the numbers, have been achieving the goals that the state set out for us for the year. So we're really happy about that. Any questions about either the ask or anything else I can pretend like I know and make up an answer for?
Beth, where would his ask be in the budget?
I'm sorry?
If you'll see up here on the screen, it's under appropriations to state, he's asking for 74,750.
I know, I just meant.
Okay.
In here. What'd you say?
He's asking for 74,715.
No, I saw that. I just didn't know where it was at. In here.
Well, now I will say this.
62.
The hope, the state is asking us to request the 74,715, but I will say the 51.5, that's what I'm gonna say, we're fine with that. Would we love to have that? Of course we would. But we'll work it out with what we have gotten, in the past year. I actually thought that I had it on here to where we were just asking for the 51.5.
How many families do you serve? And perhaps I missed that, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
How many individuals have you
Well,
served?
right now, this fiscal year so far, 41, actually I think we're up to 43. I printed this out earlier.
So when they get a job, how long do they typically keep their job?
I don't have any statistics for, the long term. I know that they aren't considered a successful closure until they've been there at least 90 days.
Oh, okay.
But I can tell you from some national statistics, when it comes to individuals with disabilities, once they do get a job statistically, they stay in it much longer than those who do not.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we had some.
How many, you may have said this, and I missed it because I was looking at some paperwork. How many families or individuals did you serve last year?
I don't have last year's number, actually. I've just got what we've done so far this fiscal year.
Gotcha.
And that was 51.
43, I think.
43, sorry, I'm getting that confused
No,
with the 51.5, which I
How
read
many
that
numbers
right.
have you heard today?
Yeah, just a few.
Any other questions?
I have a sort of a side question. I think it was last year we asked you this. You didn't voluntarily leave the facility that we have, did you? You were asked to leave?
If I recall correctly, because this was all done at some levels above me.
Well, it was
I think
above
that we
us,
were
too.
told that they were not going to renew the lease. Although.
And by they, you mean the county?
The county, because it was a county building. I believe we were told that the county was not going to renew the lease, although I'm not for sure on this, but the state might have considered leaving the building anyways because we no longer had the workshop, so we no longer needed that kind of space.
So you were just offices at that point?
At that point, yes.
So they would come in and visit with you and you would, yeah.
Yeah, our model now is, we try to meet our customers in the community. We will, meet them, for example, at the public library. That's a very common place. Or we can meet them virtually, online. We do have, some office space in the American Job Center here. And on occasions, we may have some customers meet us there, but most of the time, we meet them out.
Well, that makes sense, because with that segment of I would think the desire would be to have everyone in the general population, not clustered in.
Yes, ma'am. Plus, transportation
not
can also be
separated
an
together.
issue for a lot of
Yes.
our customers.
Yeah, they rely on public transportation, a lot of them do.
So where are you
Of
at?
which there's very little here.
Yes, right.
Where are you at now?
Well, our offices are officially in the American Job Center.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We've
I
got,
thought
we've
that's
got
where
some
you guys
cubicle
were.
space there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought I've seen your thing there.
It's right next to Ford Sumner, right?
We're upstairs.
You're upstairs.
Ford Sumner's downstairs.
It's a great building.
It is a good building. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Tennessee Small Business.
They're on page 7.
I'm a visual learner in case.
I love these graphs this thing you guys do. They do this every year.
Yeah, they're cool.
It's good. Well done.
Yes, you go.
Well, folks, I'm ready to get started. I'm Charles Alexander, Director of the Small Business Development Center right down the road at Ball State Community College. Been there for just a little over 19 years as of a week or two ago, and what we do is very simple yet very effective. Offer no fee consulting for small business owners or people that want to start a business. And we also offer low cost, or most cases, free workshops for small business owners or people that want to start a business. What I'm giving you, easy stakeholders report. One side is the economic impact from last year, and I'll also give you a few smiling faces to show you that we are actually doing real work. And I say we a lot, we is me. So the number of clients last year, 155, and had almost 700 come to workshops, which is fine, but the real thing is the business starts, had a dozen, over $1.6 million in capital formation, helped create 37 jobs. And this is triple verified. Triple verified, meaning that if I work with Jessica and she starts a business or hires somebody or invests capital, I get her to reply to me in an email. And then our lead center sends out a survey, gets it verified, and then it gets sent off to a third-party source, and then they throw a few out for the fun of it. Why they do that, I don't know, but I guess it keeps us honest. And it also relies on people to reply to those things, which they don't always do. So these numbers are accurate or at least underreported. Even though all of the counseling we do is confidential, you'll say I got a few folks that let me brag on them, talk about the work we've done together. I am not taking credit for their hard work, but it's people that we work with. Got a Hendersonville business here that is a co-working space, got a coffee shop right up the road, got a counseling center that is growing and hiring a lot of people. By the way, I've seen more therapists this year than I've seen in the past. I think they're starting to figure out that this thing's a business and not something you can do on a one-on-one basis forever.
I thought you meant personally for a
Yeah,
second. I was like, okay, what does that have to do with anything?
I caught those books in the back. And I'm not a bug. I've had more therapists come to see me.
Gotcha.
I'm their
You're the business there.
But make no mistake, man, I got a 17, 14, and 13-year-old. I ought to see a different counselor every day. With that being said, we get money from the federal government. Their charge is that we're gonna get some of our own money, not federal money. And I think you guys have a donation list. I do this presentation multiple times every spring, everywhere we have a foothold. I think we're making the same ask this year. Virtually every bit of that is, not every bit of that's operational. When I say every bit of that's operational, it's payroll and benefits. And I'm a government employee. I promise you, I'm not overpaid. So about 5% go to gas, paper, and some other, costs to keep the thing running. It's a lean and mean program. With that being said, what kind of questions do we have?
A good friend of yours, Mike Manatee, you know what he is?
I ain't seen him in a hot minute, but yeah.
He lives in my district. You didn't find him something to do.
Oh, I do? Okay.
No, he's funny.
He's a good guy.
Yes.
Any questions? I love you. I like these. They're good every year. Thank you, sir. Thanks for what you do. All right. Sumner County Museum.
Morning.
Morning.
Hey, my name is Ryan Baker. I'm the executive director at the Sumner County Museum here in Gallatin. First and foremost, I just want to thank this committee for the work that they do and for the opportunity and past support of our museum. I appreciate your support of our local history. I believe that last year when I came and presented to this group, I was talking about a project that the museum was working on in partnership with Ball State Community College and some other local organizations, including Sumner County Tourism and actually a local bluegrass band. We were recording the 14 songs of possum hunters. Dr. Humphrey Bacon's possum hunters were from Castellian Springs. They were the first band to perform on the Grand Ole Opry in 1925, so we celebrated that 100th anniversary last year. In partnership with Ball State and then working with this group here, and actually two of these gentlemen, Chris Ballou and Andy Scruggs, were descendants of some of the band members. And what we did is that we recorded 14 songs that they played on the Opry every Saturday. They performed on the Opry from 1925 until sometime in the late 40s. They opened it every Saturday night. They were known across the United States. And to celebrate the museum's 50th anniversary last year and the Grand Ole Opry's 100th anniversary, we thought that this was a really cool project. And one thing that made it even more unique is if you are familiar with the record label Dot Records, it's a label that originated here in Gallatin in the 1950s. It was a very successful label and actually sold for $5 million in 1957.
Wow, that's a lot of money now.
A ton of money then, a lot of money now. And so we were able to put that on that historic label. The gentleman that owns the comic book store on the square has rights to sign artists to that record label. And so we were able to produce that. And if there's anyone who would like to have a copy, I'd be glad to give one to you.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Did Steve Beiser
Are we
produce
allowed to?
Yes,
take
he
it?
did. Yes, Steve with the college. It was actually a
I think
student.
it's de minimis.
It was actually a student-led project. So Steve Beiser with Ball State Wine?
Does anybody know Steve
Does anybody
Biker?
not want one? How about that?
Oh, I'm good, I'm good.
Oh, I would,
I don't have a
I would,
record
I would like one.
No,
My,
that's
my
okay.
grandmother has a.
John
she
Courier
would-
plays fiddle in this band.
Dude, this'll be,
She would love that.
she'd love it.
But we have a record player.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know, you're probably not,
That's-
you're probably not wrong. You know what he says to me all the time, you're probably not wrong.
Yes.
Because he
So-
won't admit anybody else.
So 5 million, so 5 million, I wanted to, because you don't, because I don't know.
Here we go.
So 5 million in 1957 would be worth, anybody want to take a guess?
5 million then?
$1,050.
$1,056.73, about the same time that our commission pay was raised.
No, anybody want to take a guess?
I would say 100 million.
$58.15 million.
How much is it?
$58.15 million in 2026.
So that was a big project that we worked on last year. Along with that, we're still continuing to do all the things that we've been doing. We have a traveling trunk that we take to every public elementary school, some private schools. We also do one for homeschoolers. So it visits almost 2,500 elementary students in our county every year. We have a passport in the summer that's going to be, and it's, I think, its 5th year this year, that we send students and their families around to different historic sites and areas in the county. And this, the first year we did it, we were hoping to maybe have 7,500 kids participate, and we've had to cap it at 500. We can't handle much more than that a year, but 500 students and their families every summer travel around the county utilizing this passport that we produce and plan each year. We host a series of events, Night at the Museum in February, where we bring the museum to life, just like the movie. In March, we do a historic haunts bus tour where we travel by bus and we visit these sites after dark. It's mostly history, but we inject some of the spooky stories about some of the sites in history here. I know we had tourism as one of the sites this year. A lot of fun. And then we also have a barn dance in the fall, and then our most known event, the Candlelight Cemetery Tour. We'll be celebrating our 30th annual tour this year, and as part of the Tennessee 250 celebration, the theme will be the American Revolution. We have about, give or take, since COVID, we've really started to rebound. Around 5,000 people that come and tour the museum each season. We're closed kind of January and February, work remote, off-site, still do tours by request. Just, we've got a lot going on. Really busy. Glad to be able to preserve our stories for future generations. And something that's actually going to, spinning off of this album, is that we saw a need for digitalizing and preserving music from all sorts of different genres and artists in our county, and we just received a grant through Meta for $26,000 where we'll be able to install listening stations. You'll be able to go listen to music that's been digitalized. We'll be able to have photos, text, interpretation to tell the history and the story of those artists. Our timeline is to have that complete by June of 2027, and we'll actually be designing it and setting it up. When you go into that area, it'll feel like you've walked back into Randy's record shop, and you'll be able to go sit down, listen to that, to those music, and learn about those individuals. Yes, ma'am.
How is the income on your bed and breakfast going?
It's doing really well. Last year was our best year. It brought in around $40,000 before expenses came out. This year, we're looking to surpass that number. I think we'll hit 50. There has been some changes in how Airbnb allocates the fees. It's put more on the host instead of the end user, but I still expect we'll be somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of curiosity, have you been able to retain any historical data on Randy's record shop since you kind of moved into music?
Not outside of what we already have. We've got quite a bit of information on Randy's at the museum. We even have some of we have the shelving that the records were on when they were displayed. We have some of the doors from those listening rooms where you could go in and put the record on, listen. Lots of photographs, tons of records, lots of dot records that are on the dot label. We have one of the old Randy's, not the original sign that he had, but I think the sign that would have been up in the 80s. We also have the original neon, among numerous other artifacts from that.
It's a shame we lost that.
All the brick as well, when they unfortunately had to take it down.
I just want to thank and commend you for the display that's out in the lobby
Yes, sir.
out there. Looks good.
Yeah, we were glad to do that as well. If you haven't noticed, we've updated our display to kind of tell what this area would have been like in 1776 and what was happening before we were a state.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right. Tourism, you have the dubious honor of being the last one and the last one before lunch.
All right. Last year, if I can take you back down memory lane, the question you asked me was, when we were facing a almost 10% deduction in occupancy tax, the question you asked was, is it going to get better next year? And I told you, yes. I want you to look at the numbers on occupancy tax. We are up right now 16% year over year.
Okay.
Hitting
All
a
right.
record number, it looks like, at the pace we're going for this year. So, yes, the answer was yes.
Okay.
And everything's going well. We are doing a lot of our funds are going towards sponsorships and events. You heard my name come up twice here in the last presentation with Ryan, that Sumner County Tourism is helping with historical issues. And we put on the Irish Festival this year, which was a nearly record crowd in spite of a threatening thunderstorm, and a huge success.
That was at Bledsoe Park, right?
Yes. And we've done other events throughout the year, but we're sponsoring all kinds of events. If Rock Castle ever reopens, we're going to be helping them with the Bluegrass Festival. They're struggling with their construction. But we were doing a lot with Parks and Recreation in both Gallatin and Hendersonville. And working with the theaters in Portland and here in the square. You name it, we've got our finger in it when it comes to events here in the county. So the one thing I wanted to point out about these numbers, because there's a lot to look at here, if you look at the second page, the little circle there, I always like to remind everybody that although occupancy tax is what funds us, that is really only 15% of the total visitor spend that comes into the county each year. So I ran some numbers, and I want you to know that based on this year's budget and the forecast that we're at, for every 33 cents in funding you're giving tourism, we're giving back $100 in tax dollars to the county. 33 cents turns into $100.
Good job.
Keep that in mind.
So if I give you $1 million, you'll turn that into
Yeah.
We will do our best.
$30 million?
Yeah, I mean, we could just fund ourselves.
There's probably a cap in there somewhere, but I'm not saying no. So basically that's it. I'll entertain any questions you have. It's pretty simple. We're not asking for an increase this year, just carry it over.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I have heard the explanation of how that 33 cents turns into 100 million. Are you confident that that's accurate?
Yes. Well, the state is. Yeah, the state is.
That feels like some of that federal stuff federal math.
Well, the way they do it is it's incredibly complicated, and they track credit cards from other places.
I tend to think things like that are
It's a little
double
voodoo.
counted.
Yeah.
But I am sure that it doesn't hurt.
Well, I understand that in addition to a hotel room, they're eating, they're buying gas, they're
Right.
shopping. You know, one of the biggest drivers in this community for visitor revenue is the Tri-County Hospital in Hendersonville.
Right, but when I have a customer come into town and he spends the night at the Comfort Inn, and he came from, you know, Indiana or something, how do I know that he's not part of your dollar amounts?
Oh, he is, because he's a visitor.
Okay, so any visitor, and it may not have anything to do with
us,
with you guys.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Technically. We can't take that credit. I wish I could.
But also, if a new hotel is gonna come in, do you have any input in that?
If they'll let us, absolutely. We're trying to get new hotels in.
That's what I'm saying, like, you're the one advocating that, you're not
Yes.
advocating that. So
Right.
technically, if you really want to drill down
We
into it.
desperately need more hotels, because if you give me more hotels, we'll fill them. The problem is people can't come here because there's no hotels.
You know, that's true, I would think, anyway, that's a totally different discussion, maybe we should open a hotel. All right, any other questions?
I have owned a hotel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for what you do.
It's tough.
All right, I'll bring us in here, I think we will, well, I don't need a motion to adjourn, because we're going to take a break, and, I think, is food here?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a break.
Don't we have to take a
Those
vote?
turned on the whole time.
If he's asking to do something, we get to vote, right?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
I'm messing.
Sorry, I'm like getting it, but we're back under relaxed rule. Bring us in. We're back under relaxed rules. Just open discussion at this point.
Okay, yeah, that's all I want to do.
If you wanted to,
I'm not even proposing anything. This is something that last year, Matt, you challenged the committee to think of different ways on having increases in pay. And so I've been thinking about it, and I wish I'd have done this sooner, but it's just something, food for thought. So what I've got is I've got salary proposals, I've got the current system, and I just took 13 employees and I gave them a pay of, I moved up in increments of $10,000. So year one salary, you can see I've got employee number 13 makes $30,000 a year, and then employee number 1 makes $150,000. That's roughly where we're at. And so I took a 2% increase year after year. And what I saw is that with a straight percentage system, that the employee number 1 made 6 times as much money, dollars, 6 times as many dollars as the number 13, which tells me the rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Yep.
Because, and the little story I kind of put together in my head is, we've got a fairly new employee here at the county that I spoke with recently, and that person lives in Nashville, got a job here fairly recently, and that person has to commute, would like to move to Sumner County, but can't because the cost of interest rates is too high right now, at roughly 6%. So that person is now paying $4 a gallon for gas, which could be very temporary, we don't know. But, you know, after 10 years, the $150,000 employee made $30,000 more, or $24,000 more than the lowest paid one. And so I was thinking, well, you know, gasoline costs employee number 1 the same as it does number 13, and so does groceries, and so does so many things. Maybe there's a better way to do it, and maybe that is to have a fixed income increase rather than a percentage.
You put it all together in a bucket and then divide it out equally.
Exactly, but I don't know that in government you can do that fairly, because, you know, okay, so, you know, I've known in private industry people who do this, and, you know, they're just trying to get rid of somebody that they don't want there. Now, in private industry, you can kind of do that. In government, that's really unfair that you play favorites. Now, some people need to be purged out of the system, and nobody's gonna argue that point. But what I did here is I just basically took the increase that employee number 13 got at 2% and at 5%. And it still didn't get them even close, but it seems to me to be a fairer thing than the straight percentage increase in salaries. Because that percentage is.
No, I totally get it, and that's been
And so this
Go
is
ahead.
my solution to your challenge of last year, or at least it's the
It's
beginning
an
of
option.
a possible solution.
So look, just as a point of discussion, I think it's great. I don't know that, and like you said, you don't know if you had a proposal. The only thing is, I don't know that we can do much with it because we don't have, there's no mechanism to impose that on the sheriff's office, right? I mean,
We're imposing a COLA.
Well, we're not exactly, and this is kind of how we're using the COLA and these percentages to increase to arrive at, these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But we are personally working through the individuals, but at the end of the day, the constitutional officers can they can move those increases around however they want. So that's just.
It's not just constitutional, it's any of the
It's any-
department heads.
So if Eric got employee A was underperforming, he could give employee B, employee A's COLA?
Well, it's not really employee A and employee B's COLA, that's just where you're seeing them in the budget. It's really just a pot of money.
It's just a pot of money.
And then they assign that.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
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 Like
Technically,
technically.
that's why we got rid of HR.
One person.
Jessica act like we've been working on the internal in the finance department. Yeah.
I thought you knew that.
No, why would I think because we're doing different?
Now, realistically, the individual sheriff's officers or the EMTs or AMTs, they're watching this stuff. So if and I'm seeing the heads go north and south. So if Mr. Craddock or Mr. Poss went to their guys and were like, well, everybody else is going to get this and you're going to get, they'll be like, okay, well, I'll go to Metro.
So this is bunk?
It's not bunk.
Most departments do it the way it's in those sheets.
Yeah.
But we have had them come, and even though it shows, said 2% COLA on each person, one person may get 1%, one person may get 5%, they can distribute.
Which is the way,
it however
in
they
my
want.
opinion, it should be.
It should, and that's why so here's the deal. We did this because if part of it we do it for us so that we're not just giving up. I'm not saying this to hate on the schools, but one reason I have been an advocate for at least parts of the 1981 Act is to get better visibility into it. Like this, say what you want about this process. The citizens can see every freaking line item if they want to see it and dive into it. And so we get a lot of visibility. Now, they can do with it what they please, but if they deviate from it, it's not on us. And so I don't have a problem with doing it this way. However, Mr. Hyde has made this point, and I think once we've done some of this equalization and making sure that we're more in line with market, where we're really trying to get to is to say, hey, we're going to do this exercise, but really what we're shooting for is you're going to get, 2.5 COLA, 1.5 merit, and you just get the buckets and let them deal with it. Now, we'll still do this for visibility, but like getting into line by line by line edits, they could override us anyway.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I did not know that.
And here's another, this is different than the private sector in that these salaries are published.
Yep.
So every employee gets to see what their counterpart's making and what raise their counterpart gets. So you start creating a lot of animosity in departments if you start. And that's why merit raises really have never caught on in government. That's the reason why.
And I think, I never would have agreed with what the mayor just stated until after my first until my, well, that's okay. Until my first, after my first budget cycle with this and learning about the government environment. And I know when I knocked doors, people said, well, we just want the government to be like it is in the private sector. Well, now I tell people when they say that, well, I would love for it to be that way too, but government is not the private sector. Government is government. And it's a whole nother ball of wax. And then I quote Mr. Hyde about county government, and it's like driving a wagon blindfolded down a hill with missing a wheel. No steering, no reins, or whatever. You've said that a few times before.
So-
Have you ever said that?
So let,
He doesn't know the wisdom that he carries. It all
Maybe
just-
driving a car without a steering wheel.
Well, you have said that, but I believe you've also made, well, I've made it that thing too.
So
Well, that's
the long,
Embellishment is good.
the long and short of this is then that this
There's
is,
no drinking
this,
involved.
this is just for us to
Budget
work
purposes.
through, but at the end of the day, Eric Craddock can pay anybody whatever he wants to.
he
These are
can.
correct.
Yeah, within the line.
And what are they doing?
Can't.
What you guys will
So,
Yeah.
Well, he has different.
We set the buckets.
We create the buckets,
Let's
we
let
put the money in
He
the
take- he
bucket.
figures out how much
and
to
he
scoot it.
figures out,
Yes.
and
you
so,
don't need to be telling him that. He'll come back here.
well, I think he knows it all.
No, I was just talking to him, which is a good, I didn't think about it like this.
Yes, I would love
Because I was,
Peppermint or
no.
cinnamon?
I didn't-
In my world,
That's fine.
I've always had a problem with it because I'm like, well, if you got a subpar employee, why is it fair when you've got Jessica busting her
Right.
tail to,
Oh, good, Jessica needs a raise.
Well,
but
so,
to his point, which is,
Well, that's up
for
to
John Michael, one of
Beth
them
to
just said
talk to her.
this.
Yes, it will be.
I'm not saying I do, for the record, subpar employees in my world. I can have somebody that's paperwork has to come back when they open up the checking account wrong. Mark's real quick to tell me that it's wrong. They can't have a subpar employee when they're going out and saving somebody from a heart attack. So they are very quick, not quick, they're okay with termination, where in the private sector, termination is usually a last resort kind of thing.
Yeah, because it's big trouble.
Right.
so just to get us back on track here, and this was an important discussion, because I think it's great.
Thanks.
And thank you for
Just
your
finding
work.
out that it's a bucket that they,
Yeah, but at least we get visibility into it and everybody can see it, which I think this is done the right way.
right.
And this is, but at the end of the day, the statutes say what they say, so, and look, these guys don't deviate much from it for all the reasons the mayor just said, like, they publish this stuff, so if somebody comes in, and like, hey, we start at 69, and Eric's like, nah, you're gonna start at 59, he's gonna be like, okay, I'm back to Metro. You
I don't
know?
think it's that. I think it's, but if I was an employee and I see what this is, and then you come back and say, you're getting, I'm looking at custodian.
Yeah.
Instead of 737, we're giving you a $500, that's motivating for me versus.
Yeah, I mean,
just, I'm gonna do a half.
But one of the
job.
things you could do is, like, there's a column for cost of living. If we could change that and have it like the line where the merit raises are. You could have a line for COLA, put in a percentage, and then the employees aren't gonna see that. Or you could just have one line that's merit and COLA together.
Personally, I like the transparency of it. I just want to like, and it also gives the department heads the option to, for example, the judges, which I think we need to look at, right? Like there's some discrepancies in where those guys are, but when you start looking at like seniority and there may be good reasons for it.
You would still have their current salaries listed, but just because it shows that COLA on a certain line doesn't mean that that's where they're gonna put it at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true.
See, I would
Yes,
like,
they've requested.
I would like what you were saying, like just having a big bucket. And
They would still, if they want an extra request, they would still put that on each person's line.
We could do it that way, as long as there was an option for that, because I just know, having done this, if you, like, there's gonna be some points at which you just kinda have to like go in and manually.
Right. I see what you're saying. I think it's just a different, like, I would rather be hands-off
I-
with that.
well, I think we're
I
getting
would
there.
rather not line item, and so that's where I go into, like, just give them a bucket and let them.
So let's do, like, just because we do need to get moving on this particular thing, like, I know you've made some changes based on this. Can you kind of guide us through the things we need to do on salary now in order to?
Okay, so, let me start back again.
This changes my whole paradigm. I wish I knew this 3 years ago.
Is it real? Can I ask you a question from my perspective? So this merit allocation comes in, is this gonna be dealt with annually and spread out on my employees' payroll? Every year I've gotta make this allocation, or does this become a permanent adjustment that they can calculate as a new base salary?
No, I would never. It's a bonus.
So
it's strictly bonus.
Yeah,
It's not a bonus.
It's not a bonus, because that's a one-time. What it is it's an adjustment that will get, there will be an adjustment, and that adjustment could potentially be zero. I'm not saying it would necessarily
But
be.
to my point, it's every year I'll be dealing with this.
Yes.
Okay.
Where it differs a little bit different with Eric though is all of his people are paid in a separate object code. So he has a merit line, so each one of his object codes has a percentage. It's not just in his total bucket, because then if you put in the total bucket, then he has to do transfer.
Yeah, okay, I get that.
So
So his might be a little, and this is why it's,
We're like, okay.
Well, that's why I asked, because when I
Okay.
go down to deal with this on a monthly
Look,
basis.
You're not dealing with it on a monthly basis.
Well, I'm just saying, but I see it, I see the reporting on a monthly basis when it gets sent over to me.
Correct.
But that.
you
that
should
doesn't
have to
make-
set it once a year.
You will. When we send-
Correct.
Yeah.
So, but you'll set it once a year. And
Yes.
you'll have to set, because of the way that yours is arranged, you'll have to set each line item.
Yes.
Once a year. But you shouldn't have to deal with it month over month.
Commission.
Does that make sense? There
Yeah,
shouldn't-
but I will be addressing it each fiscal year.
Yes, you will be.
Okay.
So, yesterday, Mark Smith talked about one of his employees that's at the same level of one of Catherine Strong's, but one is paid 10 grand more than the other.
This is the scenario Beth and I were just talking about, that gives us the option we have this kind of starting point, which is what Dylan, and we're trying to get to, where we're like, hey, we're gonna use these calculations, but at the end of the day, we're gonna go, 2% COLA, 1.5% merit, and you guys can do with them. In addition to that, okay, you've got this one outlier over here, like we just had with Mark Smith. We will consider that in that particular line item. And so there will be some line items we look at, but the idea is that we don't have to go down every single one of them. We would just go through the outliers.
Yes.
That's where we're trying to
Like
get.
Carolyn Templeton.
Right.
Is struggling like crazy.
Right.
And she's so conscientious. She doesn't ask for much over and over again. So we could say, we're gonna give her department 3%.
Yes, we could do something like that if we, determine, hey, this department has turnover of 45%, this department over here has a turnover of 0.
Yeah.
See, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and sheriffs are making too much money, so we'll take some.
Yeah. Well, you can't reduce it. All right, so Beth, go ahead. Let's get moving.
We built in.
Just remember, he's got a gun.
And it's loaded.
Yeah.
So I went back last night and built in some formulas. So here's a table.
Thank you.
Where we can adjust those merit percentages. So like right now in the mayor's budget, we put in the 1.5% merit based on his employee's current salary. Same for law director, election commission, is the same.
This would be on top of COLA?
On top
Yes,
of COLA.
but COLA is in column S here.
Yep.
So these are the merits.
So that means, I'm not, so for this example, it would be how much is the cost of living already built in?
2.
2, so that would be a 3.5 total, okay.
Correct. Register of deeds.
Well, you can't really say that, because not everybody's getting it.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it's 3.5% for that office.
It's a potential for each employee to get 3.5%.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't think we
Yeah.
need to say it's per employee. It's 3.5%
for the office. Which that's the way, but realistically, that they could have always done this.
But, okay, so for the register of deeds she presented today, all we have to do is update her percentage on that table. I left it 0 for now. She included an extra percent plus a new employee. That's something y'all need to determine whether you're gonna allow her to keep that or not. So any of these tabs that are highlighted in yellow are ones that you need to address. And there are.
How long did you work on this?
You'll get the bill.
Do you,
I better.
do you have the final number
That we need
where
to-
we need to get to? Because yesterday it was around 690, if I remember, and now you've, went after your calculation.
Yeah, I think what we can do, because I know Mr. Poss, and
It
maybe
didn't change, 686.
Okay, so we're roughly.
we're close. So Mr. Poss, maybe this makes sense because we can knock this one out of the way and then we can move into, if you're okay with this, Beth, because I know Mr. Poss has some changes that I think will reduce this. And then I think there are probably a few other departments we can look at that'll get us the rest of the way. So without objection, I've spoken with Mr. Poss, and it's the same thing that I did with Sheriff Craddock. Chief Poss, he needs these positions, all of them that he's asking for. He's not saying this, but he also recognizes that to keep us in budget, there's a couple that he could maybe bump off to the next cycle. So Chief Poss, could you?
Well, one thing that was brought to my attention just earlier by my administrative assistant is our revenue decreased. And I know you guys aren't talking about revenue right now, but that should have at least stayed steady. And so that's going to make up some difference right there on the revenue side. It'll get us closer to that number.
What dollar amount are you thinking?
I think it reduced by about 2%, which would be a couple $100,000.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's bad.
Between that and, we might be there. Between that and we know we need to talk libraries and volunteer fire. We might be there.
He's gonna be your favorite person instead of
I'll be there about 2 o'clock.
drone footage stuff.
I'll be there about 1.
You said revenue reduced.
No, you said on here.
That's just how it is on the spreadsheet.
He's saying on the
I'm not
spreadsheet
sure-
it's reduced,
I'm
but
not
he
sure
should be-
how that
Oh.
number, I didn't have any input on the
So
revenue.
you have $200,000 more
I have it, it's missing on the
left,
spreadsheet.
but it should be on the spreadsheet.
Correct.
Oh, okay, when you said you had it reduced, I was thinking.
We're not reducing.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
was
yeah,
thinking.
I know,
They
I'm
didn't
sorry.
mention
It's
I was-
missing.
He's saying it's missing on the
Yes,
spreadsheet.
oh,
Okay.
okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear the word
I
spreadsheet.
thought that at first.
And
but
I
then
was
it-
like,
it
how is
clicked.
everybody so excited? That's not good.
Let's see.
$250,000.
We're not, the projections I've done, I'm not showing that we're going to meet budget this year. Next year's is based on current year and prior collections. So it is a little bit low. I am projecting to be a little bit lower for next, $165,000.
Well, do we have
Well,
Current year.
so yeah, I mean, we did have some lag, especially at the beginning of this year. One thing was the shutdown from last fall of Medicare. That money's been very slow to come back in, but if you look at just this past month, we're 1.2 million.
Yeah,
Where-
and this past month's not included.
Exactly,
Oh, well-
and then we're expecting another $1 million month this month as everything's getting caught back up.
What-
So I would at least leave it level, because I do expect an increase in the next year. but
That's
it's
another
level.
thing, that I wanted to see if we could continue to update estimated revenues and expenditures,
As we go.
for the next month
Yes.
or two. I know we did that last year.
Yes.
And then we could add back positions if we need to, or.
Well, it just gives us it gives us, like, if
More
we
accurate
get,
numbers.
it could be both positive or negative. In this case, it sounds like it's gonna be net positive.
Well, the same thing happened with property taxes due to the timing of them receiving, because of how the dates fell in
So do you
February.
have actuals?
So yes, if you just at least bring it to level with the previous fiscal year.
How would you, because I mean, I'm trying to do you have month over month actuals that we could put into there that could as opposed to just kind of arbitrarily leveling it, if we could just get them, maybe better.
He's saying it's probably going to be better, but if you wanna conservatively put it what it was last year.
How many months are we
So
missing?
you're under projected.
Correct.
Still, we're at 97.5 instead of 98.
But this one's different, like, this one's, like, it's a month apart, like, I might
I'm
be
giving
having
you a hard
changes.
time. Giving you a hard time.
I know, because I am more conservative.
Here we go. He's gonna start
Oh
talking
my
about
gosh.
his
He likes to pull
sanctity
scam
of
off.
religion next.
That's right. Uh-huh.
He loved Jesus.
What is that? I think I saw something that said kneel for your faith, stand for the law, something like that. I think I saw something
Just
like
saying.
that. Yeah. Please. No.
Look, is there any, like, I know we're gonna check here, is there any, I'm fine with it, what's the difference? I just wanna know what the difference between the two are.
$165,834.
That's in the revenue, that doesn't include the missing.
You're saying that that's a
There's about
lag?
$200,000 missing from the spreadsheet if you include
What-
the
Team
10
repairs, 140,000.
What I would say is,
Include the what?
if, without objection,
No
if we could just make it if we could reduce or increase to the 165,000, I'm comfortable with that because
It's better on the safe side.
well,
It's still on the safe
It's still on
Yeah,
the safe
yeah.
side, because that, I know what you're talking about with the Medicare, delay. So that, I'm all right with that.
For
Unless, is
budgeting
there any
purposes.
objection to that? Do we need to take a
I'm not
vote?
even sure what you were asking.
And we
So what Chief Paul said was, so we had projected, lower revenues this year than last year.
That's in
And-
payment for the ambulance trips.
Right, and so that is the finances projections are always a couple months in arrears. And what Chief Paus's explanation for that was that there have been delays in insurance payments.
Right.
That those are, and then he said that they have caught up and have overpaid this last month, and that he expects them to be back at least, and probably more, but at least back to where it was the previous year, and that makes sense to me, so I just
That's
said we can add to
165K.
165,000 and make it level with last year.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with that?
I'm
Do I
comfortable
need
with
to
that.
take a vote? All right, we're comfortable with
Yeah,
that.
and so back to your, in reductions, we left money into the balanced budget fund, and what that covers, it's a bit of a buffer, but it covers our athletics, that we have to go stand by for any special events, when we have people out on extended FMLA time, sick time, that sort of thing. So I think that, I would be comfortable if we removed about $100,000 from that. I just want to reserve the right if we do have a crazy year where we're missing a lot of people, something happens that we have to come back to maintain the service.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What was that on?
The budget balance. You can pull it out of paramedics or paramedic overtime.
100?
Oh, yeah, okay, 100,000 there. Are you still comfortable with the 2 EMTs, or could we potentially do one? Let me see if we can do one and how that works.
Yeah, anything that we start removing from there is, it's just pulling positions off the road. They're all, personnel that's going into the field,
And it affects your,
response time.
These are not,
well, I wasn't thinking
People you're
that,
hiring,
it affects the overtime.
Does it affect the overtime?
I said, I said it affects the overtime, because if we're reducing from overtime and then cutting positions you need, you're
Yeah.
smacking both hands.
So let's see what happens,
It
once we remove
increases-
that, let's see where we're at.
Are you changing your shift hours? Is that how you were gonna, were you going to 12-hour shift?
Well, yes, that's what, especially the busy stations, they work 12-hour shifts.
Because they've been 24. Yeah.
And I think we're just at a point that we're so busy that you don't want the paramedic that's been on shift for 23 hours.
no, please don't.
So
Coming to
let's-
get you.
Yeah, yeah.
Chief
That
Foster.
was just
Is that more
100,000.
expensive?
The budget balance, so I'm gonna do with you what we did with, Sheriff Craddock. I'm gonna go ahead and remove them, but we've got other lines to go through, and they'll be high priority to move back in. So these are,
Just for my curiosity, is this saved on some cloud somewhere? Just in case?
Yeah, this is on the OneDrive, and then we
Okay.
save it to a zip
Yeah, we
drive as
save
well.
copies.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't wake up tomorrow and this thing crashed or got hacked or whatever.
so
Did you know,
two
David?
ALS EMT.
He was so paranoid, he saved
wish we texted us
like a
in
million.
yesterday.
But this is still an Excel spreadsheet instead of
Yes,
software, so
yes,
that's where I'm.
yes, yes. But there's lots.
May make it safer.
There's lots of.
I've got to take a quick call real quick. We're moving those, and I think, Beth, if you could, I think the next ones that we're looking at, well, we probably need to do the 1.5% calculations and then the library VFDs.
And don't forget the general sessions.
Oh, yeah,
Because those are
yeah, we need, and 3.
Everything else was moved up to the.
Yes.
Do we
Look
need
at
to,
those.
do you wanna take a break or leave it on?
Let's, y'all can keep going. This will be a
Okay.
5-minute call.
Okay.
Two of these. Two of these?
No, those are paramedics.
All the.
We didn't have
Or-
any new ALS EMTs
Right,
except for
we
the
don't
new
have any.
station.
Cemetery.
Right.
He just said to take 2 of the ALS EMTs
Just take them out of the
And we didn't
current ones,
burn.
so that we keep those others moving to
Out of these
paramedic.
ones up here?
Yes,
Oh.
because those people are in school and they're gonna become paramedics and let's pay them as much.
Did we reimburse for education at all?
We do.
Good.
Luckily, we haven't had to this year, we got it all covered with grants.
Okay.
And I do have it in the budget this year.
Beautiful
In case
word.
we need to.
John, what salary?
Still
Because
taxpayer
there's a
dollars.
various range of salaries.
Well, yeah, but it's
Just the lowest.
additional time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Reverse that.
it all comes from you, buddy.
$8 I ain't gotta take the flak for it. I don't know, call Dom. Marcia. Call Marcia. Marcia.
That's also on video.
I liked that TV show, didn't you? Do you even remember it?
Well, it wasn't on when I was,
The Brady
it wasn't on
Bunch?
live, but it was, I've
Oh,
seen reruns.
I watched it reruns.
I watched it
Don't
live.
forget to take their overtime.
I at least had color TV.
I
when was
watched the
born.
Partridge Family live.
Did you?
What year did that come out?
Right, 67, 68? I watched the Monkees live, I watched Partridge Family live, I watched the Brady Bunch live, I watched
Bewitched.
Bewitched live.
Used to race home from school, watch Gilligan's Island.
Oh, yeah!
Watch Gilligan MASH.
And Bewitched.
I referenced MASH, yes, 2 days ago.
Oh, we still watch MASH. We turn it on at night, like if you're just.
I like the
need to
ones
do-
with McLean Stevenson better than
Yeah,
Harry Morgan.
I agree.
You and my husband, every time I get to where we're finally someplace, I'm like, we'll go turn on the Hulu resume show. I'm like, why did you go back to season 1?
You know what's great? I saw something the other day that, and I just looked it up.
Frank
The Jetsons
Yeah.
was set
Oh.
in 2062, which is only 36 years from now.
I watched those live.
Oh, I can't, yeah, Mark remembers watching them on primetime, the
Flip-
cartoons.
The Flintstones was
Flintstones.
7:30 on Wednesday nights.
On a night? Really?
Why weren't you at church?
want to tell them so we
Because
can move along?
Wednesday night church is not a thing in California.
No wonder y'all are so liberal.
It's other nights, it's other nights, it's Tuesday or Thursday. Some churches it's Wednesday
I
night.
don't, we went to church on Wednesday night.
Who's vice chair?
Me?
What do you want to do?
Cut it all. No, I'm just kidding. Are you done with yours?
Yes.
How close are we?
200,000. Can we go to,
We go back to sheriffs.
we already did?
Well, here it comes, here
Go
it
to
comes.
library.
Hey, what did you want to do? Library next?
And do libraries or just start at the beginning? And
I think we
Yeah.
could go start at the beginning and just, if we can kind of step
Yeah,
through
each
them.
department.
In each department, it'll be.
One thing we really need to do, and I meant to see Eric about this and talk to him about it, but the self-insurance board has not dealt with this thing with the person for risk management. And there's several different ideas floating around out there. I think we need to I think we need to wait on that because is it someone like him? Or is it someone that, or is it a supervisor that can take on risk management? There's so many things being talked about by.
My intent is to have, Kim's twin, is what I'm trying to do for two reasons. One, she hasn't given me any indication she's ready to retire, but she's at that area, and when she takes a vacation or time off, and she's through her time here, accumulated a lot of time off, I need somebody to step right in, pick it up and keep moving, report to SIB, get these, OJI claims done. So I'm looking for a mirror of Kim.
I really think it ought to go before the Step Insurance Board.
Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I was just saying that was a wish list ask on my part.
Let's just do this, and let's take a quick vote on it, if we're all right with it. I'll bring us into, this is for the, this is, if we want to go to the law director's.
She's not in his budget.
Or it's risk management.
Yeah.
So he briefed it. So there was one, this new position, Mr. Hyde, I'll make the motion, and Mr. Hyde, tell me if it's wrong here. The motion is to remove this and
There's
instead.
not a position in here.
There's nothing to remove.
He hasn't
I thought you.
requested.
thought
No,
you
I
did-
said I
It's his
bare
wish
bones
list.
my submission. However, if I had a Christmas wish
Oh, well,
list, it would be.
then there's nothing to do. Then
It ain't Christmas.
I understand that.
All
My,
right.
another reason was to forecast the fact that I will be asking next
Okay,
budget.
but then Mr. Hyde, unless you have an objection, I'd say we start from the top and just go down our,
The next one's deeds, unless you look at any of the mayor, law director, or election.
But none of those were special, right? Wait, the election, that we already dealt with election?
let's just go down the list.
Yeah,
And
I would
we-
rather start at the beginning, but.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just on payroll.
Just on payroll, yes.
Here's the mayor's.
Well, the mayor's may be one where we need to, have you run the, that's it? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
All right, any objection to this?
Nope.
Okay, any objection anywhere?
Nope.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, you're getting more than you asked for.
Here's the law directors.
Law directors. His is line by line, so this is with it applied.
Yes.
Any objection to this one?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, we move forward.
Election commission. You've already removed those. You've removed one position. We put in the mayor.
That's the 1.5 that we gave everybody else?
Correct.
Any objection? Okay.
Nope. Deeds. We haven't done anything.
So there's this one position here. Well, first off, I think we need to,
I would be curious the difference in what she's got, what she asked for versus the 1.5.
She said this was 1%, so it would be another half.
Oh,
Oh.
that ought to tickle her.
Yeah, she asked for an extra %.
well, and I think we.
She what?
So do we
She
remove
asked for
these?
one,
I think we
and everybody
remove
else
these
were getting
and add in
1.5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The 1.5, we gotta be
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
If it's more, it's
Give her
more.
half a point.
This is, yeah.
Yep. That was the whole reason for doing this. 'Cause some
Well, you're
people-
giving her another %.
I didn't.
Half, right?
0.5%.
Getting a 0.5%.
Because she
She's
wasn't.
we're
It
taking
looked
out
like
the
one
one.
up there, I'm sorry.
No, it was,
That's
She's
my
about to take
opinion.
those.
and I'm just standing up here because I can't.
We don't,
see it.
we never talked about it. To your question.
Oh, Shannon,
Yes, sir.
I am sympathy with both kids. So,
Thank you.
yeah, there
I'm
we
so
go.
excited. Susan will like that too.
Yeah.
So I can't remember, did she have 2% plus 1% and we're giving her 2% and the 1.5?
2% and the 1.5.
Yeah, she just underestimated.
She just
Okay.
Now, she removed, she had a budget balance, this 17,000.
Right, yeah,
And then
that's
she's
fine.
using that plus Parker.
Right,
part-time
I remember
creative.
that part, I just couldn't
Well,
remember the number.
Which one
in
did
her.
she say she needed more when you asked if you had to choose? Do we recall?
I don't think we asked her
I don't think I
that.
asked her that.
What, say that again.
If she had,
But she didn't ask for additional above what
That's
the
right.
merit was.
That's right. Whether she, if she had to choose between additional.
We did not ask her. I was thinking, I was waiting for Dylan to say, would you rather have the raise or the employee?
I don't think I could, because she was a low, because we had already talked
Do
about
we
it.
want to leave this alone, or do we want to remove the position?
Can we leave it in there for now?
Leave it for
Yeah.
now and continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
knowing that we may have to make a few passes at this?
Planning,
Oh, isn't that the truth?
I don't think he asked for anything. We put in the merit amounts.
He
did
asked
ask for part-time.
Assistant and something else up there, it was like 76,000.
No, this
He asked
was,
for a part-time employee
that was just
to
some
help.
movements in his people.
Yes,
With-
and part-time
Let's,
is, okay, so
do
we
we
do.
wanna leave the part-time, or do we wanna,
I do, because they're busy up there
Alright.
all the time.
so we'll
Do
leave
you
it and we'll
agree?
continue.
You're probably in there more than I am, but when I have to call them, I mean, I'm always having to leave voicemail.
She wants
Sometimes
a
I answer
part-time
the
person
phone
for
like-
her phone call.
That's right.
Yeah, I think they
I
need
want a
to.
pay raise and an
Let's leave it.
assistant.
Coach
Are you
asked
kidding
for
me?
the additional amount for the AFT coordinator.
What is that?
They just want to bring her
After
salary.
the
Just to get her up.
That is the new girl that they are trying to get that at a market rate.
Yeah.
She
She
was-
does a phenomenal job back collecting. at a
Oh.
That
facility.
AFT, she
Yeah.
was the one who was in here when they were discussing the adequate facilities tax, who stood up here with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she does have a
Well,
bachelor's.
I
do we
think
need,
it's
do we need a,
justified.
do we need a vote on this, or do we leave it?
Leave it.
Leave it.
All right, then without objection, we move.
This is the one the mayor wanted to talk about,
Okay?
increasing. This is
Oh.
Brian's
Brian Harvey.
position.
Oh. Yeah, for some reason 63 is what I wanted to hit.
So 10,000.
I can't get him up to 70, was it 74 is what
Yeah.
Brian's making?
73, 180.
Maybe down the road, but I think it's 63.
What is he at now?
52.
59.
So how much would that, like if you, the
Seven,
53,
what if we went to
75?
60, but it's $7,000 here? Would that be?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Are we
whatever,
comfortable?
whatever y'all do.
Are we comfortable with that to get him to a flat
How
7,000?
many years has he been there?
That you stood up there.
A long time.
Well, he's been there, well, he hadn't been there
3
since it
years.
opened.
Are you talking about leaving him at 60 even?
Yeah, that would be $7,000 difference roughly. And what was our change to merit? Was that on the positive?
74.29,
Yeah, but,
the merit.
oh, yeah, so that would be a little bit, so if you did like 6,500 there, it'd probably get him to 60,000.
Yeah, but that goes back to my question, which this is a 1-year thing, that merit.
No.
No,
so-
it stays in.
It's like a step.
It's
It's a
it's new
recurring.
base.
It's a step.
Mhm.
It's more equivalent to a step
It's not
than
a
a bonus. It's a step.
Yeah,
It's like a
not
COLA.
just
Well,
Well,
one
y'all
time
just
this
said
year.
treat it like a bonus earlier.
No.
I know, I was,
It's recurring on their salary.
So once they get this, this is indefinite.
Yes.
correct.
Well, that completely changes it, okay.
Yeah.
But it's up to the supervisor. to
Right, I get
Yeah.
that.
That's where I was, yeah, that's why I answered like
Okay,
a
so
bonus,
where,
is because it's not a
where do we
guarantee.
wanna land on Mr. Brian?
How many, I don't,
You
but
said,
I'm gonna
that's
be.
what Matt said, 6,500.
6,500 gets us
And
to
then he gets,
60,000.
also gets the merit
And he's,
increase.
yeah, he's
And
also
it'd
gets
get
the
him to
merit.
60.
Okay,
Yeah, it'd be that
that's fair,
plus.
that's fair.
I mean, that's like a
So, all right,
10% rate.
Well, the merit will be up to.
all right, so let's continue, archives.
We'll add another 1.5 to it.
It's
To
just the
your
merit.
cost.
Yeah, so those are just
Let's
merits.
continue, risk management, we talked about
I already
this,
talked about it.
finance.
Finance.
I think did we have some questions here about project management on this, or like, is there any changes?
Y'all had questions, I didn't.
She's like, I didn't have nothing.
For the purposes of this, like, I mean, it might make sense to defer that discussion and just let's get,
Defer it to win.
I would, if we're gonna defer it, I want a definite timeline of,
we can put it, I mean, look, I'm happy to put it on Monday's budget, if we wanna do that. I'll bring it from the floor on budget if we wanna do that, that's Monday. Or I'll bring it, you know what I mean?
that's fine.
Cause that'll be
Well, let
done,
me- let me make
it'll be
sure.
done before we vote on this.
Let me make sure I understand. What we're discussing is moving projects out from there and under a different department.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think, like, let's do the numbers here, and
I'm
like,
fine.
we're literally bumping this off for 72 hours.
I understand.
96 hours.
We didn't have any problem moving it out of planning during this process up to there.
Well, I know, but we also took four passes out of it. And Mr. Hyde wants to be out of here by 2. It's 4 days.
Still be out here by 2.
I would like to be out of commission at about a decent
But we'll
time, but that don't
discuss and
happen.
go back and forth. We spent 30 minutes on it.
I'll spend all night
Oh, here's
here.
the
That's what I'm
Well, I'll take a
dedicated to
vote
my
on it.
citizens.
I'll take a vote for the vote. I'll bring us back into order. I'm gonna make a motion to defer any discussion of moving the, project management anywhere until Monday's budget, where I will, under this, I as the chair will bring this up and add it to, budget,
Okay.
on the agenda. That's my motion. All in favor?
We got rules,
Aye.
we'll beat you with them if you don't put it on.
No,
there.
I'll put it on there. All in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're focused here.
Assessor didn't have anything else, we added the merit.
All right, continue.
Trustee, she's already put in an amount for merit.
Right.
That
Which
means,
is a lot more than 1.5.
No.
then we need to go to the 1.5.
Who was that?
Cindy.
Said one for, I mean, it's everybody.
We gotta be fair.
But did she do this in lieu of another? No, she
No, it was all in one bucket.
Okay.
So, that's the deal, you're gonna get, moving forward, which I think the way we wanna do this is, you're gonna get the COLA, and then you're gonna get the merit step, whatever you wanna call it, and then if you have a specific case, you have to bring that
I thought
specific case.
I just was asking, did she do this in lieu of another employee? Because then it would
No.
have probably be the same, but it's not.
No.
Okay.
We didn't cut the employee, did we?
For
Did we just
trustee?
include-
No.
We're just readjusting the numbers.
There's numbers on there too. Oh, okay. Didn't-
All right, so it comes down a little bit.
County clerk.
I know that office is crushed.
Yeah, they've been lined up out the
I
door.
know that office is crushed every time I
It's
come
like
here.
that in Hendersonville too.
I think, did we do the 1.5% for them?
No, this is what she had put in her budget.
What was the, what if we do 1.5?
I wonder what the difference is.
I'm almost okay with leaving hers the way it is.
But I want to make sure that the 1.5 is not more total.
Well, then let's check
No,
it.
it's not.
It won't be.
Oh, yeah, because she said she needed them brought up in order to hire them. She's been asking for that for 6 months. We
She
should
has
probably
been.
just leave her alone.
I'm okay with that too.
I was in,
17,000.
because I was
Oh.
in the office.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
pull it back.
You might want to vote on that.
I'll take a vote on it, just to be recognizing that, Ms. Templeton's office is more than the 1.5%. That's what she asked for,
Second.
to leave it at the 40,000. So there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We leave that one alone.
IT, no new asks, just adding merit.
Okay.
What about that IT technician?
I think it's just an unfilled.
That's it.
Oh,
It's a
that's right,
vacant.
that's right, okay, leave it alone. Any objection to that?
Circuit court, she did ask to increase the one supervisor. That's the only other change we added the merit, and then she had an extra position she requested.
This is what, I couldn't hear you.
Circuit court.
Catherine Strong.
Yeah, but what explanation did you give?
She had an additional amount for juvenile supervisor, a new position, and then the merit increases.
The change was for that, was she moving that into a supervisor position, or was it to bring up to?
already-
She's already.
The
but to bring her up to
supervisor
one.
quit and she'd spread their work around or something.
She was going to add additional
And it was a
responsibilities.
part-time, so
She
she made
said
it
she was gonna add
full-time.
additional duties to that person.
Mhm.
All right, do we want to take a vote on this, or are we okay with it as is?
I'm fine with it. The only thing is I would rather not. It's what we did earlier with John's employee. Like, if we're gonna do the 1.5, don't do the 48.77 and the 1.5. See what I'm saying?
So. we're
Don't
gonna
let her,
reduce this.
not two merit increases.
Yeah, I see, so what do we want to reduce that to? 3,000, fire off a number?
I don't know what the math is on that. I mean, it would be.
What is the?
3,000.
All right, I was gonna, this one's harder to back into. All right, $3,000, you want to make that, you making that
I'm
motion?
making that as a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
just so I know, it's 3,000 plus the merit.
That now,
Correct. Back
now
in.
it's 3,000
Yeah.
plus.
Okay.
It's what we did
Just
with
in
Brian.
case they ask.
It's what we did with your person,
your
we're trying to be fair.
I guess, yep, I'm for it.
I mean, this is not perfect, this is not a perfect science.
It's all business.
What about the new position?
Anybody have an issue with the new position?
For now, no.
All right, continue.
That was general session, civil.
Okay, so so here's, if we look at all of the, I had some questions on this one. There are like some, if we look at 1, 3, and 1, 2, and 3, like 3 is doing the 1.5. Like, I think that's right on it, basically, right? Like, it's pretty close. Maybe a little less.
It's close to another 1%.
One, she might need a little bit. Well, let's start here and give the,
Wait, who at 3 is key?
that's Ms.
Yes.
McCormick.
Sorry, Judge McCormick.
Judge McCormick.
So
2
you
is
make it
Howard,
1.5.
1 is
I think we
Ryan.
gotta do 1.5. I think what we should do here is even them all out at 1.5 and then consider why, because there were some that were like really big jumps and like,
Well, for instance, the libraries have never done merit.
well, what we could do here, if we're okay with it, is we do everybody the 1.5 and then I'll be the bad guy to call the judges and like Judge McCormick will be happy with it. Judge Blanton will be unhappy with it and Judge Howard will be very unhappy with it. I'll explain what we did and then, they can come in and explain like what, say why there are differences, why they're asking for those differences. I'll be the bad guy. Are we good with that?
Yes.
I'll be the one to make
Yeah,
sure,
absolutely.
make half the judges in the county mad at me. All right, so are we good with going 1.5? That's true.
So do you want to zero these amounts out?
Yeah, so you zero those and we do 1.5. She's actually gonna come out in the positive here.
Okay.
And they'll come out one will come out in the negative, I think.
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
right, this isn't
However, based off of, just
exact. We did.
based off of what their feedback yesterday, Judge Blanton's ask was to bring one of his employees or two almost to what Judge McCormick
Yeah, I know,
says. And
that's
there's
the
a
thing.
stark difference in experience and education level.
So are we saying that Judge Blanton's are more senior?
No.
No, so
McCormick's are actually more senior.
He just had one or
hers,
did you
one
hire?
has been there since 2005, one since August of 20, or with the county, not
Yeah.
necessarily in these positions, with the county. And then his are
Much
24,
newer.
22.
Oh,
Well,
and if
you've got one of each. It's 05
So-
and 25.
yeah, but what's interesting about it?
One of McCormick's is also a paralegal and has 10 years of paralegal experience. That's what she was speaking to yesterday. And one
This is where it
of
gets
Judge
hard.
Blanton's is a high school graduate. So I'm not saying that that's less than, I'm just saying like that's what they were speaking to yesterday.
I feel like, well, what happens if we reduce this to so the merit, so this would be the merit. So if we zero that out, it goes up to about a quarter of what he's asking for. I'll take a vote, and they can come back, and make a change if they want.
It's $6,700 that he's asking for, and we're
Yeah,
giving
it's
him 16.
about a quarter.
$5,000.
Yeah.
Motion?
All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
To zero those out.
Well,
I'll give a call.
We discussed this last year in budget, that when they started asking for stuff, that eventually you have to pull everybody into it. And you have to begin somewhere.
Yep,
One
that's
year
right.
has to be
And this is gonna be
Yeah.
a move toward that year.
and we can blame it on the original departments who asked for stuff.
You what? Is that right?
All right,
Drug court, we put in the merit for,
Because the department heads truly ought to
it's
decide
part-time,
What I got
and we
for
still
first
haven't
name?
addressed part-time.
who has worked harder, Yes,
I
it is
really
the A
don't.
plus.
Let's,
and who
let's
gets
do
the
that
C
before we
minus.
go.
That's
into
other
that.
depart, we'll have to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's several other departments
Put
part-time.
stuff away.
But we might be able to
Yeah,
watch the
sure.
trucks. Well, we can at least address it
Yeah,
going forward.
that's crazy.
Or who else get?
You'd rather go do it
it
two
doesn't-
passes?
We don't
Just
decide
make
who
a
gets the
decision,
merit.
we'll go back.
So hey,
Full-time.
look, I need to, we've got a decision we need to make, and that is, do we apply the 1.5% to part-time?
That's what, yeah.
You need to.
If it's a,
Do they
we
get COLA?
should, because,
Yes.
Yeah.
because if it's a bucket,
I'm not,
They're still
I would say no.
employees.
I'm not sure they do.
it's a bucket.
But they don't get any of the bennies,
They don't
right?
get benefits or anything,
Yeah.
I think
it's
that-
y'all's call.
All right, well,
I
clearly,
vote no.
Well, let's-
Part-time is part-time.
I agree. Well, I'll put it to vote so we have it. I'll make the, well, I'm not gonna make, who wants to make the motion to increase it? Is there anybody gonna make a motion to increase this to apply 1.5 to part-time?
I'll make the motion to apply 1.5 to
All right.
part-time.
Is there a second? I'll make a second just so that we can get a vote on there. But I'll probably be voting against it, but all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Wow.
Might wanna count hands on this one.
No, that's okay.
No, I don't think we need to.
No, that's all right.
I
But-
think I got it.
What are you thinking, Matt?
Now, this just,
I didn't
you're this
vote,
very
but-
conservative guy.
The rest of theirs
All
are,
right,
are grant
let's keep
funded.
going.
He's getting soft in his old age.
Chancery,
So they get no
he had
bennies.
several
Least you
increases.
can do is give
I
them.
think we
Plus a
should,
new
if,
position.
so let's do this in
They
two
don't.
passes. Do we want to give the new position to Chancery Court? Are we, anybody have any, I don't have.
Chancery.
Catherine.
No, Mark.
No,
Mark
Mark
Smith, I'm
Clerk
sorry.
and master.
Oh, bless him.
I do, and
I'm good with
I
it.
do because we, at my cemetery, I listen to him, and we deal with so many, of these conservatorships, and I had no idea. I can't imagine. And I imagine because people are living longer, that they are doing a lot more conservatorship type work.
So that's, is there
Can
anybody
imagine
who,
he
do we need to
needs
take a vote on this, or without objection, leave this as is? Not all of it, but just the new position?
Just the new position is all we're
Yes.
talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we're good there. Now, the next part of it is,
He's got some hefty merit.
Hefty.
Like $25,000.
I feel like if we're gonna do that with the other judges, we've gotta do it here too. with the 1.5.
This is the one where he's got the exact same position as Catherine, and there's a $10,000 discrepancy.
What did we do with Catherine?
But
Well,
he
no,
said he would
hers is
rather have the
already
employee. I have
He did.
notes twice. He
Well-
said he would rather have employees.
So here's what we do.
He did.
I say we split it. I'm gonna make a motion. Here's what I'll do. I will make a motion to do two things. First, we zero it all out to the 1.5. And then in addition to that 13 becomes 7,000.
I'll second that.
Split it in half.
Split it in half, but everything else gets zeroed out. So we're gonna add the 1.5, and then on top of it, that becomes 7,000.
But the rest of them becomes
Zero. Is that, or is the second good with that? Okay.
And keep the new.
Yep.
Are we sure that was the position?
Yes, that was it. And if we're wrong,
He'll tell us.
Yeah.
he'll tell us,
Well, he can move it however he wants.
and he can move it however he wants. But that stays, okay. Yep. And then.
Okay.
Now we need to do general sessions too.
So how much did that change? They got lost.
Can we go to the last?
They got lost in the math.
It went from, about $10,000, because it was 23 and change, and now it's 13.
Okay.
Can we go back to the, well, let's go ahead and just keep going, and then we'll see where we land.
General sessions 2.
Same, I think we do the same thing here, and they're gonna, and Judge Howard's really gonna be unhappy with me, but we're good.
Do what? 0?
0 and then apply the 1.5. Does anybody have an objection to that?
No, I've already, we have to start somewhere if we're gonna do this.
Yep, and if if there's a good reason, and I'm sure there is, you know, we can hear it.
There's grants.
Okay.
All right. Magistrates. Do we add the extra judicial commissioner? Well, first,
This is
let's,
more than two.
yeah, okay, so unless we have any objection here to making, to zero these, make them 1.5? All right, zero those, make them 1.5. It'll come down a little bit, but it won't be it'll be about half of it. That's gonna reduce about half.
It was 78, 176.
Yeah.
He asked for additional part-time.
Yes, it's for an additional employee or part-time?
No, part-time fund.
And an additional commissioner. So I think the question
Correct.
we need to go in here is, let's break these into, do we go with the additional judicial commissioner, or?
I think they really need an additional commissioner, the workload's increasing.
Anybody
for
want to
them.
remove it? Without objection, then unless we want to vote, then we leave it. Does anybody like a vote on it? All right, then we leave it.
This is the parenting coordinator.
You never addressed the
No
part-time
changes there.
increase though.
Yeah, we did.
We want to keep it.
We're not doing part-time. Oh,
It's in
did
there.
Oh, did he do part-time increase?
No, he didn't do it, it's just cost of living.
No, I mean for.
It'll go up a little bit.
For magistrates.
Magistrates, yes, that's one we just talked about.
Do we want to do is this for more, the question I have here, is this for more hours, or is this for? Because if it's for more hours, then that's not the same as giving a bump.
I don't disagree with you. I was just saying it hadn't been addressed. However you want to do it.
I just don't know if that's more hours. Do we have?
I say we do the 1.5 and then give him the extra, the judicial commissioner, and then he can come back.
All right, so anybody, we'll zero this. Are we good with zeroing it? All right, we'll zero it, okay.
It's not June 29th.
Yeah, we've got
Okay.
time. We've got time. I know that they have better things to do, but it's.
Well, that's easy.
These are.
I still understand if they have to come back and.
All right, this one was same thing. I think we do 1.5 and zero it.
So all those 2,000s, those were just,
He took, because he had some that he would have turned back in, he turned back in some and then split it up.
okay.
Which is common, like, I mean, I know, doing what we're doing now will actually kind of maybe prevent.
It's the use it or lose it mentality.
Yeah, which anybody who's been in the military.
Speaking of, I wonder if
I mean, I've done
Mark
it.
ever filled up all those
Yeah.
filing cabinets.
40,000 folding chairs.
You've done it.
Were you listening?
Suddenly you're
Acting like
firing
I
a
tuned
lot of
out,
missiles.
Shannon.
Shooting a lot of bullets.
Kicking ammo in the leg.
Sheriff's
We're a
office.
little ugly.
Sheriff did a lot of cuts already.
I think we can move, and, well, we're basing that off of, all right, let's continue. And I think if we do the sheriff, I'm worried we'll end up higher if we did that, because I think his.
And give them more money?
I think we would end up giving him more money. I
Okay,
think he's
do
around
it.
1.2 something, so.
Okay, do it.
So let's continue.
No, go back.
Well, then we're gonna be, his place is huge. We're gonna end up with.
What do you want to do?
So.
Don't make the man argue against himself.
No, but I think, would he rather, I mean, it's the same question. He's got a lot of employees that he cut yesterday, so.
Just credit, sure credit.
On several of the lines, here are just some rough numbers. Corrections, 2.6, jail sergeant, 0.7. Clerical animal control has a big increase, but I made one of those clerical the shelter manager.
Right.
This clerical.
I remember that.
Deputy animal control, 1.37, deputy courts, 1, maintenance, 0.72, clerical, 2.29. IT was 4 because I'm bringing one of the IT techs, paying him commensurate with his work. And so I think we did a rough average there. The 1.5 is probably.
Well, he's just done you the benefit of allocating it right now.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I'm seeing it. Like, do we?
Okay. I just don't want to shortchange him because he's.
Yeah.
Based on my math, I don't think I'm being short.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Then we're good. Can we leave the sheriff's office as it is?
And to be clear, us doing this, beginning this now, gets rid of those special asks every year going forward.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And it lets
Yeah.
them, it lets the departments impose the step.
Be the boss
that
of
they
this
wanna-
department.
yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Less government overreach? What?
All right.
What concept?
911,
Mm-hmm.
he didn't ask for anything else,
Yeah.
it's just the merit.
Okay, then we leave it.
EMA, he asked to incorporate these EMPG amounts into his regular budget.
I don't. Oh, I don't.
$35,834 all in.
He did who?
He wants to pull the grant.
One
so
of
right-
his grants he uses to pay, it's like a supplement to his employees. So part of their salary comes from a grant, part comes from the county. He wants those grant funds to be picked up by the county. He would still receive the grant, he's just using
But what
the
if the
grant for
grant goes
something
away,
else.
the county's on the hook for the
Correct.
payroll part?
And
It's up
that's
to
the
you.
argument that he's made every year presenting this.
Mhm.
He does this each year, because he doesn't want to lose the position if the grant goes away.
I mean,
What is the position?
No,
It's
it's a
a
supplement
part
to
pay.
his position.
So part of the pay comes from the
I
grant.
know, I'm saying, what
So-
is the positions that we would be?
The
Oh,
administrative
assistant
assistant,
director,
something
I mean, he's
else.
only got 4 employees.
Deputy director, I think.
Yeah,
So I'll just put this one to vote. I'll probably be against it, but just to have a vote on here. I'll add the motion is to add, the supplement, the pay supplement that is currently covered by the grant to the county budget. That's my motion. It's gonna fail.
Needs a second.
Needs a second.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion on it?
Would you explain the motion?
Yes, so the motion is, so the issue is that these positions that are currently covered under this EMPG grant, EMP grant, is, yeah, EMPG, because G stands for grant. But in any case, sorry, you can hit me for that. You can throw it on. You can, sorry, that was really not cool.
What do you do? If you do, make sure you get it on camera.
Anyway.
G stands for grant.
I want to go back and watch it.
Yeah, we need that for
I
entertainment
mean,
later.
I'm like, Matt, anyway. So the point here is that, these positions have salary that is partly covered by this grant. What Mr. Widener wants to do is move that salary into, he'd still be collecting the grant, but he wants
It's just for the assistant director and the admin assistant, and then most of that, I mean, over 21,000 is for part-time pay.
yeah, and here, I mean, here's the problem, this is the same argument he has each year, is that if he loses that grant, then we have to do it. Well, or we lose the assistant director and the admin assistant.
Well, here's the
And
thing.
so,
That's for
you know,
more money.
my concern, and, you know, why I think it's justified is that we need stability in those positions. Will those grant funds go away? I don't know. But we'll be at this table talking about this again next year, because we still need the stability in that pay. And those grants go for something else for the citizens.
Mr. Hyde?
Well, I was just gonna say that if this does happen, I'll be the first one to step up, and help Ken and keep the positions. But as long as we don't have to do it, I mean, you know.
That makes sense.
But I'll be for saving it.
If that,
If
if
it
that time
comes to
comes,
it.
I
And
agree.
that's,
Yeah.
great if we got 13 commissioners that agree with that. See, that, and again, it's just,
Well, we
there's,
got 6 here, that's half. of what
well,
we need.
and we don't know when the grant's going away, if it's going away. I mean, it may
Well,
be here
here's
next
the deal,
month.
I made the motion, is the motion, do we have a second for it?
I gave you.
Oh, you gave me a second? All right.
What was your motion
The
again?
motion, I'll be against the motion, but just to put it on the floor, the motion was to move that, those funds.
To move it.
Yeah, to move it.
So our vote would be no.
Mine will be no. If you want to leave it the way it is, the vote will be no.
Leave it the way it is,
Yes.
yes.
Leave it the way it is a no.
Leave it the way it is a no vote. So, all in favor? All opposed?
No.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, sorry, Ken.
You won.
Ken's like, not flying a drone over your house if you need it.
No, I mean, it's nothing against him.
No.
It's, we're cutting all these other
No,
things.
it's,
And I don't, I mean, that's 30, that's in another employee
That's,
somewhere else.
that's right. It's half an employee, so it's half
and
an
that's
FTE.
fine,
But
it's
it's
just.
not a cut, it's just
It's
a,
not-
it's
That's-
just,
it's
it's flowing the
insurance.
money
That's
through,
right.
yeah,
It's
that's all it
insurance.
is.
All right, let's continue. Consolidated dispatch.
They didn't ask for anything.
And we're bumping them, right?
It's changing.
I've included their
You-
merit.
So it's our, so any change in here?
That's just a vacant position.
So they asked for,
Those
I
are
would
vacant
say that
positions.
I would be in favor of leaving these if, in the, checking. These additional dispatches.
That's not additional
It's not
dispatchers.
additional. Oh, that's right.
Vacant positions.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got 7 vacant.
That's right, that's right, that's right. Scroll down. My bad.
They're
Basically, it's a
personnel.
carryover.
No, because remember we gave, he was like, I'm so thankful you just gave us new positions
Alright.
last year.
Yeah,
I
we
didn't
gave
want-
him 7 last year.
All right, then that's, all right, so with no change here. Health department, scroll.
Oh, well, it's just, here's his regular, or county employees with the merit, and
And then
then his DGA.
that's all the
with
grant stuff that we can't deal with, okay, no change.
EMS,
We dealt with that earlier.
correct.
Gallatin Library, okay, we're now getting to the libraries. So I would say that we zero this
Yes.
and we make it 1.5.
Only for full-time employees,
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
because those libraries are full of seasonal part-time and all kinds of part-time.
Well, probably because they get paid in McDonald's cheeseburgers. Maybe nothing.
I think they're usually between 11 something and 13 something. Yeah, but to come in for children's pony castle party room time all summer long.
Donate that goat to one of
You could.
Hendersonville. I bet they've never seen a goat.
You know, I bet animal control could use it for a
You need a goat?
mascot. They used
I
to
got
have-
one goat left. I'm trying to
They
get
used
rid
to
of.
have a donkey.
You forget, they have.
But was it a
farm
bull?
down there.
Oh, we got the goat farm.
You got the goat farm down there, remember?
Hey, you
But
know
again, I don't know
who, you know
if
who could use saving money
How do we do
on
that?
landscaping?
Yeah,
Tied
like,
up
I
over
think we
there at
zero,
tourism.
guys, for part-time, we've been zeroing and, because we're not sure if it's increase in person or increase in time. What we've
Where
been
are
doing-
we?
We're in
Gallatin
Gallatin
Library.
Library, part-time. What we have been doing is zeroing these,
Mhm.
and then they'll come in and say, hey, this is, what, do we need the extra hours
Yeah.
versus the extra money per hour? Because we
Mhm.
can't tell the difference here. So zero it, and without objection, we zero that, and, because we replied to 1.5.
Yeah, because I don't remember.
All right. Hendersonville, okay. So start with the, without objection, start with the one,
So, go ahead.
my motion was gonna be to zero and start with 1.5,
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
just like we're doing for everybody else.
Yep.
And then what we need to talk about
Is
is
that
that position, and here's what I would offer. I am, and I'm pro keeping these guys, I'll make a
Yeah.
comment and you'll go, I'm pro keeping these guys, well, I want those hours open. I question why they need 10 versus Gallatin needing 7. I'm willing to meet in the middle with some part-time. So I would put an increase in part-time equivalent to 1/2 of the.
That was my question. If
Okay.
it's just 4 hours difference or whatever it was, like,
So, I looked at her activity schedule, Like one thing she said yesterday is that she needed, if there was an event, she needed a teen librarian, not a teen librarian, but she needed somebody in the teen room for this, and that, and the other. She has 2 programs in the middle of the day for teens, like at 11 o'clock on Monday, 11 o'clock on Thursdays, and one's a homeschool. But I think she could juggle her programs. There's a lot of juggling that could be done for the difference in
To make it work.
employees and her circulation. Gabby gave the full year of circulation. I looked at that. Her Hendersonville Library's stats came out yesterday, and her circulation is 21,000 a month, and Gallatin's is about that too. And circulation is a good reflection of business, of busyness. So I was thinking last night she could do, because she could come back, but what she could do is take 2 of her part-time and turn them into a full-time.
So what
Or
I was
however,
gonna,
what
I
were
was
you
gonna
thinking?
suggest that we zero that out and add 1/2 of that to here. And if the city of Hendersonville wants to come back and meet, if they
So
want to,
they've
can
already
do
put 70,000 in. They've come to meet that 20. They give 50. They offered 20 if we opened the 8 hours on Friday.
Well, that'll be almost 20,
Yeah.
because if we go 15 there, it'll be like 8. We can make that 20, but not a full time with all of the benefits and everything.
Yeah, that's fine, because the city also said that they were fine with no programs on Fridays, just bare bones.
Well, so then I'm guessing you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
second it, is to zero that and make this 20. That's my, so we're zeroing out the new clerk and we're adding 20 to part-time.
Yes.
We're not adding 20, but making it a total of 20.
And
So
the
this a total
A
of
total of
20?
20.
and the motion was that she would
16,880.
So they've got the same walk-in traffic?
So I think we need to vote on
circulation
this.
is not walk-in.
Oh, it's not?
Circulation
Well,
is
is there,
checking out.
are there any objections to doing this?
No.
Okay.
Okay, but before we go, so in the library board, because the library board is kind of its own little sovereign little thing, the motion was she would open 8 hours on Friday pending approval of the budget, but pending approval of us. So I think that we need to, it seems like to me now we say, here's what we're giving you.
Yep.
Open up your 8 hours on
agree.
Friday.
I agree.
So
And if
I'm-
we don't do the 8 hour, if they don't do the 8 hours, do we
We
get?
take that money,
take
it
it
all,
back.
well, because
Okay.
Hendersonville
I'm gonna
takes it
call- I
away
will
too.
call- I've got several calls on my way back if we can get out a little
So
early.
I'm
I'll call Mayor Pro.
I'm going to make a motion, I'm
Okay.
going to make a motion, we have funded her budget to reflect 8 hours
This is contingent
on Fridays, no more contingencies. What do you
Well,
mean?
That 20,000 would be contingent on them opening, that's what I mean.
Yes, but she's
Yes.
making it a
I'm
motion to
making
make
the-
it clean, cause yours didn't have it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
I'll back it. I'll second it.
So my motion is that budget has funded Hendersonville Library and approves their 8 hours on Fridays at the
Yep.
Hendersonville Library. That extra 8 hours on Fridays to be open 6 days a week at 48 hours a week.
I'll second it. So, is that the right way to say that?
Yes.
All right.
After the budget's approved by the commission.
Well, they said does it have to be approved by the commission?
This has
Well,
to be approved.
Yes, it'll have to be approved when the whole
Well, I know
budget is
this
approved.
does.
They asked, when do we expect to open on that Friday? I said, not until at least August 1st,
Okay,
because
then
we
that's
gotta
fine.
pass the budget.
I thought you
But
meant-
I wanted to go ahead and, cause we're gonna have she's going to have, the board is going to need to know we have done our part. The board said yes, pending approval, we've done
Well,
our part here.
Here's what I'll say though, is there an MOE requirement for libraries?
There is.
So here's what I would say.
Hours and dollars.
And I'll just say this is so first off, let's take a vote on it. Let me make this comment, then we'll take a vote on it. Here's what I will personally do. If we do this and they decide, hey, we don't have it and we're deciding to stay open we're only gonna do 5, because they're their own little sovereign thing. We're only five days. I will not approve a single increase until we make that $20,000 up. I'm just telling you what I will do, personally. And I hope we're all on board, because they have this new MOE, right? So if they renege.
Why would they
The
renege?
board,
This is
I
a
don't
big deal
think
for them.
the board voted to give it pending us, and we're,
giving.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm for you. I'm just saying what I'll do here, because I just don't want it to
This
get,
is
I don't want it to
like
get
10
crossways.
ops.
All right, all
oh,
in favor?
I see what you're saying.
All in favor of this amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Awesome.
Portland didn't have something.
Did they
That's just for merit.
wrote that in? All right, let's continue. Westmoreland?
Did she get her 1.5?
Yes.
Same
For her.
thing.
And she asked for a new employee.
No, in Westmoreland,
All those 500.
I'm not familiar with
It's
that.
just additional. money that
Additional
they
on
have.
top of the 1.5?
No,
And-
instead, they didn't
and-
know the 1.5 was
Yeah.
coming, so they asked
Yeah.
for that.
Do people who are more familiar with Westmoreland, what do we think about this employee?
I don't believe,
Okay, then
They're a level 2.
Any-
I mean, they don't have a movie theater or, a Kmart, they don't have anything in Westmoreland, but
any,
a teen library. I mean, I'm sorry, but to me, that library is much more of an essential place. And, than,
so you'd say to keep it?
no, I don't know why she needs a full-time teen librarian.
Okay, any objection? Do we need to take a vote on this, or are we good with striking?
No, I
I'm
think
good.
if we strike it and she feels that passionate, she can come
I
back
think
with
that's something the
statistics
board
of
needs to
what'd you say,
discuss, too.
circulation?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know what
circulation.
Westmoreland
So
circulation is.
without objection, we remove it.
Actually, you know what? I do have it. I might have deleted it, but I think I got it.
Numbers good.
Same thing, zeros. Unless anybody has, we've given this, we've done the 1.5.
You said it yesterday, but I just want to brag on them. I think her
I thought
presentation was
Millersville
excellent
presentation
and
was awesome.
humble.
Yes.
And she's a level 3, and how many employees does she have?
4 total,
And Westmoreland's a level 2, and she asked,
and she has, yeah,
Mhm.
5
Yeah, look,
already.
that, she's awesome, man. And she's been like that every year. Big fan.
I think that the
She is our
Millersville
own-
librarian is the only one that's a trained
Mhm.
librarian,
that's what, and I think
and it shows.
and it bears discussing that, in some sectors, education matters, and that is one. So, she knows how to run on a bare, she was willing to go up to 48 hours 2 years ago. She would go up to 48 hours today if we gave her. She would do it, and I think Lauren Rippey in Westmoreland was willing to do it too, with no increase in their budget. No extra employees, nothing.
Let's continue.
And
ag.
Lauren is a
So they
trained librarian.
have the one county
That's it.
employee, the rest is.
Yeah, so we can continue. Soil conservation, they didn't present, they just, well, we give them the 1.5 too.
I have not
So getting a degree in library
What is soil
science?
conservation?
Why is that?
They
I
presented
mean,
last year.
is that like a business
What is
degree
soil
that they learn how to be?
It's a master's degree.
Don't, I knew as soon as I asked that she was.
And they have master's degrees in library science?
Do they need the 1.5?
Both those ladies?
And why?
No, they don't have their master's degree.
No.
They need the 1.5.
They've got their
We'll vote
professional
for it. It's gonna be
library
almost nothing.
management, which is a
Why?
free
Because I think
program.
everybody gets
It's a free
All
program?
right, I'll take it, put it to vote. I'll make a
PLA.
motion to change the soil conservation to the standard 1.5 merit that we're giving everybody else. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, Dylan.
You want to get more of that.
Is this one of our departments that doesn't have a boss?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Other than everybody else is getting it?
Soil's going
Everybody
away.
else is doing lots of things. That don't mean that he should do it.
Veterans,
Look.
veteran
It's not on my
services.
department.
They said it was. What?
So
Our
part-time
circulation is
personnel.
568.
Oh, we need
Yeah.
to, we need to zero out,
Less.
we need to zero that one out. They're actually getting more than what they asked for, you should be happy. Part-time personnel.
Not even close.
Do we give,
5%.
veteran services part-time personnel?
4%.
I'm personally in favor.
I am in favor of it.
That, they have people there every time I go there. They're out and about.
I'm fine with leaving.
Who is it? I'm sorry.
Veteran services.
And they asked for that part-time?
Part-time. Does anybody have objection to keeping the part-time?
No.
All right, we leave that alone.
No, but I think the office space, remember we had that discussion, he said there
Does
wasn't
this
an
have,
office
this
space
is
for
no
that
changes?
full-time.
Oh, highway is its own.
No, I asked about that.
Well,
He said what they'll do
This
is
is
part-time.
on, I mean, I put in the
Full-time
merit,
personnel.
but
He
he's
was
asked
saying
for
if we
some
had
positions.
Okay, so we need to talk about, we need to talk about positions for highway. Equipment operator,
Chairman.
scroll down. Is that all of them? And a laborer.
No, I mean, I don't,
Additional overtime, a mechanic. Some more
The mechanic
overtime.
is non-negotiable.
So he's got three
That's
positions.
perfect.
that
That's
he-
perfect.
Can we look at his budget by
Where is
itself
he?
and just look and see where we're at? Because his budget's just, for a refresher, highway is separate from general fund. It's its own penny allocation, so we need to look at it separately.
I mean, here's his projected fund balance for next year. The minimum he has to have,
95?
is right here. So he's above his minimum, but he's less than recommended. He had,
So we won't get a note if we leave him alone. It's not, we'll get it, or we will get an estimate about it.
no, we should do,
I think we leave it alone. I mean,
The whole thing?
the, all highway. Yeah, highway. Anybody want to do anything with highway?
No.
Okay. So we leave
I want my
highway
brush
alone.
picked up.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave highway alone. Guys, so y'all know, I did,
For the
when we were
record,
prepping
Joe.
this, we added, what was it, half a penny?
To that.
In order to make some of these changes, we added a half a penny.
Yeah,
This was
you
before we got
said
here.
that
It was a
yesterday.
half a penny to highway.
she already said that.
So that's how we were able to make up a little bit of difference. And remember, part of the reason I'm doing that is we gave that $20 million and that's down to
Teacher, vice
5.
chair.
If we don't bump it up little by little, we're gonna hit this cliff where he's out of money. And we're either gonna have to give him another big dump of capital, so we're gonna need to be prepared to do it again next year. Just as
A half a penny was a half a million.
Half, that's 0.6.
Did that need a vote?
No, I mean, because we're gonna vote on this all together.
They can have.
Okay?
Ready for
They
operations?
got 13
Yep,
votes.
let's go.
Paid them enough.
County commission budget.
We'll see what
County commission budget. We voted on this yesterday.
No, we
Or
won't
did-
vote on salaries. This is the
Oh.
rest of it.
Oh, what else comes out of our budget?
Audit services, data processing services,
Do we get popcorn?
I just want a
That's a
coffee.
bonus from the mayor's
Coffee
office.
pot.
dues and membership,
Food supplies is in there.
yeah.
Where?
That's
What?
That's what this is paid out of.
Let's go
the-
to-
The food for this.
No, it's not. What is the other salary? Oh, that's for note takers and whatnot.
Yes.
Let's see, hey, I think now's a fine time to check where we're at.
Hey, yeah, I'm.
Oh,
Bonus.
look at that.
51,000.
All right.
Oh, we're in the good.
No.
No,
Oh, no,
we're,
yeah, we need to
50,000.
find
we actually
50,000.
could probably be okay with this.
Yeah.
Because we've got that half.
Are we the last department?
Oh, you know what we haven't talked about yet?
We haven't talked about.
Volunteer
any
fire.
Oh,
operations.
we haven't talked about volunteer fire.
Before we leave this,
I'll make them.
what about opting in to the ability, if those commissioners who have completed their hours, there's something at the state level, they're continuing ed.
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
If there wants, it's like an addition, like a stipend.
It's just an additional stipend.
It's up to $600 a year if you complete your 8 hours.
Which is $50 a month.
So, if somebody want to make a
No,
motion?
I think it's.
Wait, does that come from the county budget or does that come from the
The
state?
state
funds?
does not pay for it, we have to pay for it, but what it,
We
and
have
I
not.
argued this in budget 2 years ago. And, that there were a lot of commissioners, it might be a nice little incentive for them to go take some CTAS classes.
But then would that
Which might make some
trigger
of
what?
our meetings shorter.
Would that $50 on it, in addition to the $950, trigger what?
It'd be a separate line.
It's
So it would not
it's
trigger-
reimbursement and
That's,
expenses.
that's kind of like, yeah, but that's, I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Nobody, I didn't think about it.
CFO, PO, AFB.
CCFO just means I can read a budget. Means I know the laws. Means I know that I'm not supposed to tell school board what to do. They told us that in every class.
I'm just asking the question. I mean, it's not gonna make or break anybody.
Well, it would be under a line.
Do you wanna
like
make
the
a,
CBA.
do you wanna make a motion to do it?
Well, you can always fund it, and if you can't use it, you can't use it.
That's true. Yeah, I'll make
Yeah,
the
you always
motion.
do.
Will it encourage you to get your 8 hours that are required by state law, Mr. Chairman?
I believe that in education by execution.
mint. He's School of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
I made a
Oh, yeah.
motion, but there's no.
I'll second.
Okay.
Second.
What's the
We
motion?
didn't, because we did yours while you were here, kind of like we did Eric's.
Okay, if you were gonna add 1.5 to everybody though, we did not include anything for our clerical or administrative personnel.
Well, that's why I was asking, we'll come back to EMS, because that's why I was asking earlier, like what your total was. If you had pulled those out, because we're gonna have to back into yours.
Hey,
Because that will mean that some of yours will go, because you've added some up, but some may go down. So like, it's up to you. Like, if you want us to try to back into it, I just don't know.
like I did what?
It could be
Oh, I
that
don't care.
if
It's
we
only
apply
gonna
to
double.
1.5 with
My
you guys,
husband's asked me to
because
grow it out. It's gonna
you're
be
so much
19.89
bigger and
all
you already have
over.
step, and we had discussed like how
Okay,
to
we'll give
break
me
yours
some
down.
Good times in there.
Like, it's up to you.
Yeah,
Sheriff
he did
Craddock
too.
was
I
good
think
with just
that's
leaving it
no
as it
problem.
is, but
I like
if you
it.
want us to do it, we can, but if it goes, could end up like that you get less than what you put in there.
I'll look at it and come back if I need to.
If you, if we want, here's what we can do, you can elect to come back, and we can back into it.
We'll figure it out.
Are you good with that? All right, so we just leave yours alone?
And you're still working.
Okay, so
Why
did
did you
you?
just add somebody to the, oh, that was the
I made,
$50.
I did make the motion
Okay.
to opt in.
I'm just adding that.
Okay,
That's not where it'll
let's
stay.
Okay.
It's just to get it in there.
Let's close this one out. So the motion is,
To opt into the additional $600 per year for those commissioners who complete their 8 hours of CTAS training.
all right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
No.
Okay.
What are you gonna set it at?
Oh,
I mean, you're gonna assume everybody's gonna pass?
you
'Cause
say
you gotta have a
no?
pot of money.
Aren't you supposed to be an educator?
We're 51,000 in the hole.
Oh,
That's more important than being.
But wait.
educated.
If we weren't 50,000 in the hole, how would you feel?
I'd probably vote yes.
Okay, because remember, we've got the volunteer fire we gotta talk about.
You're surely not gonna cut volunteer fire.
Yeah. So we,
well, so we can come, but we can always come, we were on the prevailing side, Mr. Hyde, so we can always come back to it. So let's go to.
don't forget it.
I won't forget it. We'll come.
You won't forget it.
I'm not saying I'd
Oh,
say
I
yes,
will.
but I'm not saying I'd say yes, but I'll support getting it back on the floor.
Look, I fought my good
Hey, you
fight
know what we could
yesterday
do?
about Commissioner Pay.
What's that?
we could take,
This is
you know
hers.
what we could do? We could take it out of that non-profit line.
Well, we're going there right now. We're going volunteer
No.
fire departments.
Yeah, you
That's
hear
another
me?
line.
They already
Yeah.
wanna increase
All right, let's
that.
go to volunteer
Yeah.
fire departments.
Hold on.
All right, let's focus, we're getting close to 2:00.
We're getting close. But we're getting close.
You gonna turn into a
We haven't
pumpkin?
messed with capital yet, though.
Oh, wow.
We got work. We got enough.
Why does the electricity of the bridge come out of the county commission
Yeah,
line?
I've been wondering that a long time.
There's a lot of things out of the county commission I'd love to look at, but today's not.
The 109 bridge?
Yes.
Respectfully, Mayor, you're not on this committee, so I appreciate that. That's not something, I can ask it.
Man, so Dylan's getting spicy, man.
He's been spicy.
He
Makes
said
me laugh.
respectfully.
I did.
And I do mean with all due respect.
Bethkin, why does that come out of?
What is that from?
Talladega
It's
Nights.
not a lot of money, though.
No, it's not a lot. I'm just curious
This
why it
is
comes out of there.
egregious.
No, that's not what he said. He was like,
Oh, but that's one
Yeah,
that
we've got
sticks
nothing
in my
to
I
head.
like the Christmas.
I know, that's what, I don't,
I agree 100%.
All right, do we want to do
I
anything with
don't know why it was put there.
It probably should be under county buildings.
Yeah, I would think so.
Shoot.
but it's not a building either.
It's correct.
But it's closer to that than county commission.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it should be under Wilson County's line item. Isn't that thing all in Wilson County?
Half of it is.
Probably half and half. I bet they pay half of it.
Isn't that a state road?
Yes.
Well, that sounds like a state,
That sounds like
a
somebody's
state
cousin.
problem.
You
Yeah,
call.
yeah, you can't, yeah, why don't you get on that? Respectfully.
I'll text him right now.
All right.
good.
Hey, before you text, Mr. Lambert,
He's gonna tell you that.
I'm
he's
sorry,
on
that
there
was,
for court.
I shouldn't do that. That was a
you wanna make,
ethical violation.
you wanna
according to others.
make, pay attention right here.
Okay.
So what, did you have a,
I would like someone to explain, because I do not understand. So if I was looking at this, they are asking for a 300% increase.
Yes.
We also have an ad hoc committee that is still meeting to determine a long-term plan. Because what I heard in the presentation, and from my understanding of past meetings, we're all trying to solve long-term, not just keep sticking a Band-Aid on it. So why would we do that large of an increase, not knowing what is going to happen long-term?
so I'm with you, and I was one of the two that voted against this, me and Mr. Hyde, but I will play the devil's advocate here and understand, like, the argument that the volunteer firefighters made when they made the presentation last time, if you recall the history of it, they came back, they had this agreement that they wanted us to sign, which basically signed us up to future appropriations at a certain level. And that's what this level is, except what's funny about it is that they asked for these, but then some of them didn't apply.
They were
came
late.
No, they were late, yeah.
And then they also want this amount, so they're actually asking for more.
Right.
Than what it's not a 300,000, it's a 300% increase from what was originally done last budget, correct?
Right.
It is not a 300% budget for what we did one year, because we gave them that.
So if we added 100,000 into the late submissions, that would be another 200 or 300?
300.
White House has 2 stations.
Okay.
So if you wanna
hold on, can I see what that increase would be
Oh.
year over year? Like if you added the 100,000 in there? That would be a what? Okay, 100% increase
From last year.
from last year.
Right.
Original budget.
Original budget.
But then
680,
this is-
684, 60.
It's just a little bit less than last year.
My concern is we have a ad hoc committee that they stated, and Mr. Klein has stated, who sits on that committee, they are really diving in to get this
Yes.
solved. We also have the fire tax, we have the referendum, we have all these thoughts out there.
We are very
Personally,
far.
I would like to see play out. And so it seems counterintuitive to tell a committee, hey, go solve this problem, but we're just gonna throw 100% more money at it in the meantime, when they may come back and say, hey, that's not the funding. Or they may come back and say, hey, we need more, which is fine. So I would like to make a motion, we reduce it to 75,000, which when I look through the submitted budgets, that would cover most of the expenses, not including the fundraising.
Can we get it, I might second it, can I just get a look at what that number would be?
It'll say 300-ish thousand.
Just to let you know, we don't know what they need.
No,
and neither do they.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's,
No, I'm
that's part of the
agree with that.
experiment, is,
I think, I mean, if you look through here, I also think fundraising.
Second.
Fundraising is all over the board. You've got one that's got $80,000 in fundraising, and you've got Highland, which is 3 stations, but only has a grand total of 4,000 in donations.
I think what he's saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think what he's saying is to try to let the ad hoc committee do their job.
Yes.
But not us do the full funding until we know what the
I
result is.
seconded your motion.
and what the fire departments are saying is, we're desperados. We just need more than we got because we're in big trouble. And if we fail, you've got no fire coverage. That's what they're saying. They're saying we can't get people to volunteer. I understand that. Our equipment is antiquated and breaking down, and we can't even afford to buy parts for it. So I empathize with the position, but the reason I wanted to be on it is because I wanted to really dig in and get fixes. Well, the reason we gave them 1.3 million, whatever, last year, is because it was a stopgap, and that's where we're at today. And it's not like we're not diligently working on there. There's
I
so
don't think
much
we're
to
saying that at
absorb.
all. I just think we're trying to let you come up with the additional funding sources or ideas
Yeah.
while not over obligating ourselves until you've done,
Yeah.
had time to do your job. I mean, if I remember earlier, it was stated that this might be a 2-year thing,
It could be.
so.
It could be. Now, our goal was 1 year,
Yeah.
so next late fall. But, you know, you know, and it's just tough. These guys have full-time jobs, families,
Right.
church, everything else. And they're saying, look, we can't go door to door. And I'm saying, I've continually said, if you hired an advertising guy, your mailers would look a whole lot better, and I think you'd get a
You can
better
do a lot of that
response.
with AI now.
When I found out.
Well, I understand that, there's also,
AI is doing away with marketing.
it's a vast difference in fundraising, so you can't say. But to your point, no, respectfully, between you and Wes, there's not gonna, talk about digging, there ain't gonna be a speck of
So
dirt left in that hole.
let's do,
by the time that-
let's do this. So I think we have a motion and a second.
They'll come back squawking, I just
No,
want to tell you.
no, I understand, but, we have a motion and a second to reduce it from 100,000 per to 75,000 per.
Which is still a hefty increase from what
Yes,
they
it
got
is.
last year.
How much does that save us on the general fund?
Well, sorry.
In the
But it was
original budget.
combined. It was
Yes.
in two different.
Two different, yeah.
And we may end up having to do that this time.
How is that all it
Where
saves?
are we now?
Well, because
Matt?
you had to add 75 times
added
3
three.
back.
Oh, you added, yeah, that's right.
No, not 300,000.
So do you want to, here's what I'll make an amendment.
So 300,000 was eaten up by,
I'll make an amendment. I will, so I second it, I will amend this to 60,000 per.
That's still 2.5 times what we allocated in last year.
What's that?
It's still 2.5 times 24.
So if we, I mean, does that have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so let's take that to 60.
That's a second, you need to vote.
Okay. Well, I just want to see what the numbers look like.
Control
They have some strange conditional formatting in this, so they can't just drag
Can't
the
just,
poll.
yeah.
Yeah. Because if there's like a row hidden.
Okay, then.
it'll-
So that's my motion and my second. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, I mean.
You're
I'm
one opposed?
yeah.
Okay. So let's continue through, and I had noted to,
Need to look at judge's discretionary.
okay, let's do that in.
Judge Blanton, I think, had asked about that. No.
that's the money for the vacations?
That was Catherine.
No.
Wasn't it Catherine that asked about that?
Cause something about $600.
What are you talking about?
The judge's discretionary fund, they mentioned $600 for other contracted services. for
Yeah, it
something.
was for something that was just, what did he say? I can't remember exactly what it was. It was $600.
$600 a month, cause it's
Yeah, it was
$7,200.
They needed.
They have a judge's discretionary fund. It's been
Is that what they
$10,000
have?
for years.
Yeah.
You talking about the $10,000 where they pay the judges to come and sit?
Oh,
No,
that's right.
That's in their own
No,
budget.
Oh.
that wasn't it. This is
Oh,
something
what?
different.
No, this, like, they pay water, they pay random supplies, if, like, the state judges, if they need things, I know we've done AV equipment and that sort of thing in the
Oh.
past for them.
I must have been asleep during that.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
These just general sessions judges?
If any judges can use
Yeah.
it.
I just don't, Matt, do you remember the increase for
Judge's
One of them
discretionary.
mentioned $600 a month for 12 months for other contracted services, but I don't remember what the service was
I don't
for.
recall.
Matt.
Oh, yes.
That was Mark Smith on the clerk and master for the conservator. We're dealing with lots of issues.
Oh, it
okay.
was the state, it was
Everybody-
the state judge.
thank you,
That's what
sir.
it was, yeah, the
Yes.
state judge.
You're
yeah.
right.
Let's keep going.
I totally thought it was the judge too until you said that.
The nonprofit.
I mean, I'm fine with leaving the nonprofits alone.
No,
Yeah,
the part for the not allocated, it was 105, the committee back in the fall recommended it be bumped to 125 for fiscal year 27.
Yeah, that's the ones we do in the.
Okay, do we, go ahead.
I just have to ask this question, and I know that my fellow commissioner will agree with me, because just because it's always been that way doesn't mean it should be. Why does the county, why do the taxpayers fund nonprofits?
I think it's I think this is a very good question. And we've done this, we have not killed it. I think there is a very good philosophical question for why do taxpayers, we're basically forcing them to spend on a nonprofit. Now the civic nonprofit, the volunteer, we were just hammering the not volunteer fire departments, but to be fair to the VFDs, they're providing a
service,
a civic service that is county-like.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So like, it's a different monster.
If Planned Parenthood was coming in here looking for money, I'd have a real problem.
Right, and your point is that we shouldn't be able, I'll get you, we shouldn't, I'll get you, Mr. Lambert, but like, your point is, and I get it, if we had a different, if we were all liberal, we're all conservative, right? We're gonna, some more than others, but,
I'm a patriot, actually.
we would probably wouldn't fund Planned Parenthood, but there are things that we are choosing, right? So, anyway, so Mr. Lambert.
We're picking winners and losers.
That's right.
On behalf of the people out there that we don't know what they want.
That's right.
I can always get in my wallet and give this money to the.
Fair, Mr. Lambert?
Okay, so historically, depends on what your version of historically is. From my understanding, in 2014 is when they started this. I look back because it was this
Oh, is
group
that
of
right?
commissioners.
Okay.
They decided to go this route instead of what happened today, where you have the Hope Center and a laundry list of nonprofits come in. Instead, what they did was set aside X dollars and do what I sit on with Commissioner Becker. You were on there. No, you're.
Terry, I think
Terry was
signed
on
it with
there.
you.
In October, September, we have a day like this where all the nonprofits come in. So
Right.
basically it saved time. They separated out to save time in the budget process. So it's been done for 10 plus years, but I guess a little bit shorter than that. That being said, if you'll look on page 70, a lot of these that come through are county-like services or benefit the county. Sumner County CASA, let's just take them for example. They're in the court system every single day as child advocates that if they were not there, we would have to pick up other places. I'm trying to look through up there. There's others like that where Meals on Wheels, Ashley's Place.
Sumner County CASA.
Yes, it's stuff like that that is still benefit for the county, which is why they go through that. The reason for the increase in ask was when all of these came in, the costs have went up, right? I mean, we've talked about this several times. Instead of gas being $2.50, it's $4. So their ask went up. So committee said, hey, let's move it from 105 to 125. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's really a policy question, and I
Do we want to do it this way, or do we want to move it back to where they all come in individually?
Yeah, and you can make that argument. It's a good argument. They're saving the county money by us partially funding them.
Right.
And we're gaining much more than we're losing in dollars. I'm just, it's kind of.
Spay and Neuter Alliance, that's the one I was trying to think
So-
of. It helps with the,
So is
they
there-
do all the services for animal, or not all, they do. Okay, well, at one point they did, but also if
Mark,
we
where you wanted to get in?
fund them, that keeps the animal control numbers down, which is why we give them it's like $14,000. So. go ahead.
Mr. Harrison?
All I was gonna, just a couple of minor points. One, we're talking about 1/10 of 1 penny overall in the county. In fact, less than 1/10 of 1 penny as of today. We up it to 125, it's just a hair over that. The other part is, and I was one of the people that voted for this, we gave $275,000 to pay off quarterback club debt for Westmoreland. And that was passed, I believe, unanimously.
No, I don't know that it was. I think I voted against that.
Well, it passed overwhelmingly.
You didn't, there was
I'll
enough
put it
people
that
there
way.
against it, and you like to
But
make everybody happy.
either way, I mean, it's the same principle.
Well, I gotta tell you, that building
Respect.
though that building is on school property and was built and effectively donated to the school. I don't know that wasn't a school building that needed to be replaced.
It wasn't the school system that signed the note.
I mean, we just spent how many tens of millions of dollars on bleachers that
So
were
I'm
built by the
look,
people.
this is a great discussion. I'm not trying to, we're just going a little bit off.
Yeah, we are.
Here's.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, you.
And I agree, the first year I didn't vote for it and I spoke against it on the floor. We should not, if you don't pay your taxes, he comes and gets your house through permission from Mark Smith's court, who our tax dollars pay for.
Right.
Okay, I get it. I don't want to fund Spay Neuter Alliance. Because when I go to take my little kitty cats up there to get them neutered and spayed, I pay for it. I don't feel like I need a discount from the county to do that. But I do it because.
So is there a motion to?
No, stop. So I understand what you're saying. I do, I understand that. But this is what is gonna happen. And we're funding senior citizen centers and I think now that I've done this for 4 years and I've talked about this to other people, there are tangibles in government. We don't have a lot of tangibles that are happy tangibles. We pay our taxes, we hate it, so you go to the library, that's a happy tangible. Carolyn Templeton's people are always happy and smiling even when you're in there for your passport. Those are the tangibles. Sheriff's deputies, SROs, when they're in when they're not arresting you, happy
Always
tangible.
happy arresting.
When they come to serve warrants at my house, I let them come in, I sit down and talk to them. So, happy tangibles.
So happy.
So I'm with him, 1/10, don't interrupt me.
We're at 2:00.
I don't care. We were scheduled till 5. 1/10 of 1 penny, you are correct. For a happy tangible.
Is there a motion?
Is it right or wrong? I don't know.
Motion to do what?
To do anything? Is there a
Pay
motion
for that
to?
happy
is
tangible.
there
I make a motion to
re-
increase to 115.
So that we have a motion to increase to 115.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and second.
What's 115?
115 as opposed to
The total
105.
allocation.
Yeah.
Total allocation to nonprofits.
Nice.
All right, is there any
We're at
discussion?
plus, a surplus
Is there any
right now.
discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Fails.
Motion fails. I'm sorry, I can't ask these guys to cut, and then we're just gonna cut the volunteer fire departments.
I can't wait till every elderly senior citizen lines up. I'm gonna give them your address right now.
Well, all right.
You don't know what it is today.
I know what it is.
So did y'all just cut off?
So here with the
100
the Star
Judson-
Center,
Judson Street.
Guys, I want to be clear.
3706.
We're still at the 105.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, there was no motion to remove all of it.
Okay.
So
I
just
make a
on-
motion to bump it to 110.
I'll allow it.
Need a second?
Does it have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All the fuddy duddies.
Well, I tried.
Okay, so one other thing here, Hope Family Star Center, they did not come and present. They didn't present, I'm comfortable
Oh,
with
cut 'em.
striking that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I don't even know what they
Yes,
do.
she said it.
I read that thing. They're out of Jackson, Tennessee.
Okay,
Really?
Yeah, I don't even know what they do.
so,
That's why they didn't show up.
They They got a big old budget too.
I think they
All right,
just
so we've done general fund, we've done
blanket vote. I
highway.
don't remember
Can
doing
we-
that.
So guys, here's,
Wait, can we go back to that?
go ahead. Yeah.
Can you explain to me the rationale while we're on the explaining behind funding the Small Business Development Center at a county level?
I think that's a good idea.
I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm saying
These guys, here's the thing, these guys come with outcomes every single time. I fund stuff with people with outcomes, and there is nothing more important than, we help people.
so that
Well, hold on.
elderly people that
Wait.
are at the senior
So
centers.
you asked, I wanna answer. We give
start a honey
pilot,
bee
we
stand.
give pilot, support and tax breaks to big companies like, Meta.
Actually, we don't.
Oh,
County doesn't approve pilot agreements. Cities do.
Cities have.
But it's still.
But it's
we
still,
don't
it's
get-
still, cities and municipalities do, local government absolutely tries to court big businesses. So I don't have any problem also doing a little bit to try to help support small ones. There's my rationale.
I agree with
Now, if
you.
you're a big business
Entrepreneurial
person and not,
things
listen,
like that.
I
if you're not in
people to do all
favor of
the
small
time.
business, I mean, by all means.
I'm a Christian and I love Jesus.
But
And he's a patriot.
And I'm a patriot.
I give 20% of my gross income every year to I donate it. So it's not that I'm against
He's really
nonprofits. I'm not sure,
I think
the only point I was making is I'm not sure it's our job as the county to be
There's a
taking
very
public
good,
funds.
there's a very good argument. I might even be, let's put it, if we get to a point where we had to like do a tax bump, I would be
Cutting off.
I would be cutting off.
I think that's a very different conversation, yes.
So, but if we're going to continue this, I absolutely put, to answer Mr. Lambert's point, I absolutely put, the small business development on par with the other thing. You can't just only,
Don't let me talk.
you know, help the very, you know, folks at the very bottom,
Right.
try to help them up the chain.
Right.
There's
But
no
we
rationale.
still need to do the capital fund.
We still need to do, capital, but before we do this, back to general fund, I'm gonna make a motion,
Where are we at?
back to general fund here.
Can we go back to the sheriff and EMS?
I was gonna go to EMS, I had a conversation here to add back in, it'll make this slightly negative,
That
but not much,
1.5%.
2 AMTs. So we removed 2 AMTs.
Make a motion.
That's motion, we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Did you get your 1.5 on your clerical?
No, ma'am.
Do you,
What was the
I think
motion?
to be fair with all the other
Remove 2 EMTs.
counties,
Remove it.
everybody else.
Remove.
that we do that for the
Remove it.
clerical.
Remove it.
He did not put steps on clerical.
So moved.
second,
So well, this is gonna put us well under, but if we're good with that, right, all right, so,
So maybe
Well
we should
under
look
what?
at doing 98% clerical.
no, that's okay, we can have a little bit of so we would do 1.8 across the board, 1.5 across the board.
that is the
We would
standard.
zero everything out,
Wouldn't you hate to be my wife and
because you gotta zero out all the ones that you did
You
do.
didn't do,
Or you can just do the ones that aren't done.
Well, that's not fair, because that's what we did with everybody else.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, we zero, you either zero
Know when to
everything
run.
and do 1.5, or you keep what you got every 4 years.
I
Take
didn't
the
have
greater of
anything.
whichever.
He didn't have anything.
Oh, did you not have any on this one?
He didn't
Oh.
have anything in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we didn't do the 1.5.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, so, okay, fine, yes. Okay, all in favor of this?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Easy peasy. I thought we were talking about.
And
These-
I'd like to make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
that, under the, attorney, that we give an increase in liability, but we increased it, I think, a couple of $100,000, maybe 100,000, and reduced it 100,000. That's still a sizable increase. I think it was 3, wasn't it, Eric? And we bumped it up to 5.
No, I think we took what we ran with last year and split it between 2 different, lines.
Okay.
So we
did
just,
that,
we
then.
reallocated it
Okay.
within the,
Yeah. in the
I didn't
263.
remember doing
Yeah.
that, but we did.
It was to help from him having to do so many transfers back and forth.
yeah.
Under the line item of liabilities, because you were talking about,
I think
you
that's
didn't know
what-
what the liability costs would.
Correct, isn't that what we did, Beth?
I think it's still there.
This.
Yeah.
So it was a net zero change, we just reallocated it between the two lines to be closer to what the expenditure.
But it's the same.
Yes.
Yes.
Same man, yes.
Well, you could still take a little from both and be better off than what you were.
You mean add more to both?
No, take away a little from both.
Well, this is in a separate fund, it's not in the general fund.
Okay.
It's
well,
in the
we get that
self-insurance
then.
fund.
Yeah, and I only get it as it's allocated by finance anyway. It's not an ask I make.
Can we go to general fund and see where we're at now?
No property taxes go into that.
Okay.
So we're at 32,000 negative, I mean,
I agree with
margin
that.
of error.
How many funds do we have? Different funds, we have general.
Well, I move that we accept this, but.
We have to do capital, sir. We
Oh.
have to review capital.
What about courthouse and jail, drug control?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna do that. So let's go through it. These will be quick.
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
Courthouse and jail.
Courthouse and jail.
So that we have
What do you-
pennies allotted for each.
Any changes?
Yes.
I don't think, where are we at?
Matt, this also does not include the school budget, right?
It does, we'll
No.
do school
We
budget
haven't
separate.
received theirs yet.
We haven't gotten it.
They have until May
So
1.
if this is just, David and I were just talking about this. So if they come in over the number that I'm assuming you've already given, that would also factor.
We'd have to figure it out. Or we tell them no. Okay. You know, I mean.
Motion.
I think we've done our work.
Where?
Y'all done.
Closer to the top. Scroll up. 106, this guy.
Part of this was what I talked about before, was just reallocating between the lines to decrease the number of transfers that the mayor's office has to do during the year too.
We really, I did not add any, the only thing I added to that budget would have been those courthouse steps. But if you look at the bottom line,
It's $90,000 more than last year. Part of that's trustee, a small portion.
the rest of it's just allocations that we made to make it look.
Is there any motion to change any of this? I'm fine with it.
We're still projecting $420,000 budget at the end of 27.
Okay. Any issues? Let's continue.
Drug control, not a lot of changes, pretty flat from
Any
last
issues?
year.
No changes?
Debt service.
Debt
do you want
service.
to talk
Well,
about that?
well, I mean, do we need a, without objection, I would like to,
Don't we need to decide?
well, what
We
we,
need to decide about the debt payoff.
the debt payoff.
And
Um,
restructure.
Motion.
Okay, so what, second?
For
Well,
the
and then-
10,000?
10 million.
Or 10
Go-
million?
Let's let Beth
10
continue.
million. That is on Monday's budget agenda, for you to discuss it in more detail if need be. And if you,
You wanna hold off till then, but I'm good to do it.
if you want the financial consultant to come and speak to you and explain it better than what I
We
can,
need to-
she can do that as well.
We need to give some guidance, like what you were saying. Because remember, they're gonna pull this trigger.
I understand.
So like, I think what we should do is we program
As
it in
long
here.
as, so the motion needs to be to give them the guidance to within at least a penny.
I can do that.
If we want to, I'm good, so I'm good with, is that the motion you want to make?
That's my motion.
Second.
Second, you got, that's fine. We have a motion and a second to pursue the $10 million of repayment plus the refund
At least a penny, yes,
provided we
at
get
least
at
a
least a
penny.
penny of savings.
Yes, and if it's more, great.
Great.
If it's less,
That's okay.
no.
At least a penny of savings annually.
Yes,
And it could be that it doesn't happen at all.
that's exactly
That's
Or
right.
it
That's
may
exactly
happen
right.
in October.
Yep.
I understand that, yes.
Yep, that's.
If I could, I've front-loaded a tentative resolution, and it's about 40 pages because of all the contract
Good.
requirements, so that'll be in the packet for budget Monday. I just wanted y'all to understand that was tentative if you all decide to do that.
So we have a motion
That will
and a
be the
second to
resolution
approve
that goes to
that.
commission.
Note here that we have added,
About the,
because we're gonna be taking some,
Payoff?
we're gonna be draining this a little bit, and we've needed to drain it. But now we'll be at the point where we'll wanna start bumping it back up, that we've put three pennies.
3 pennies.
3 pennies back into it. And just to be, we're gonna need to probably put an additional 3 pennies back into it next year.
Where do we take them from?
Capital. So we drained, this year we kind of drained capital, and we're going either here or into, general fund. Now, there's still some in capital, but we've moved some. So are we good with this,
Sounds like she's listening.
adding the 3 pennies
you talking to me?
here? There's more in debt service than last year? Or at least
I'm great.
moving into it?
Sounds great.
Any change? All right.
I took my glasses off.
Anything
Can't
else we
hear
need to
anymore.
do?
Capital.
Oh, capital.
It's the truth.
So your projected ending balance, is that, of course, this 5.5 is for highway?
I mean, and this, just a point of clarification, I mean, I'm just speaking for me, I don't have to have somebody come and talk to me Monday night about this. I mean,
No.
This is.
And that's fine, she just offered.
I understand
and I
that,
told her I
yes,
would ask.
but I wouldn't, if I was her, I wouldn't waste my time.
Yeah, I think
I
we're all.
mean, I think we understand what we're doing here,
Don't David explain it to us.
Do we have anything we need to?
Not you, David.
I mean,
Alabama
we're
David.
we're 29 million in the black.
Say that again?
Is that our projected ending after our capital projects?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
If everything was
So if we
approved.
come up with a
So if we
project
did-
for the roof, we may be able to do that
Yes.
this year.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, we talked.
Is this
Yeah.
including the
I'm
courtroom
just
build
making
out?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
This is our capital black, it's
Yes.
29 million.
Yes.
This
We
is-
could put more in debt service, but you get.
We don't
we
want
could
that
be subject to
arbitrage.
I don't want arbitrage.
No, me
We can
neither.
do that next.
I always think of a bird, albatross.
And most likely, this will go up as the year goes on,
Yes.
so
Correct.
that's good.
So is that all?
Good. We gotta
Now,
build new
Mr. Hyde, I
schools.
think you can, if you'd like to make a motion because.
I
you-
make a motion, we accept it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
I'm so proud of us.
All right, there's one motion left to be made today.
Motion 15 minutes late.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So who's got the inventory of
For
what
the
pennies
record-
are in what what accounts now?
You have it.
You have it, it's that front seat, it's that very first
For
sheet
the
we
record,
did.
finance team,
That's what we
would
started
like-
with.
Well, one, I wanna thank you, but two,
If you go
the
to-
whole, if you don't have any changes, don't bother coming and waste your time. I think that made this much smoother this year.
That's right.
Okay, which one was it?
No tax increase.
Most departments got more than they asked for. Some judges are not gonna be happy, but I'll give them a call. Our sheriff is not perfectly happy, but
Names of falses.
you're amenable.
Yes, thank you. I thought you didn't need down there.
Matt, which sheet was that pennies inventory thing?
You like
It was
this
that
one?
very
I did. I
front.
just got you the same thing I got.
Yeah, both,
It was-
lunches were good.
It was the very first sheet that we looked at.
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Dill pickle, spicy chips.
Why are we still angry?
Oh, did they give you that?
I don't know what those are supposed to taste like, but it's.
Here it is.
It ain't
You keep
good?
mine.
I
I know what
Okay.
the
don't
back
know, I just got you chips in general, I didn't know what's wrong.
No, it was an assortment I gave.
Yeah.
Somebody had put them on there.
Eric,
Yeah.
I'm glad
I didn't
I got
keep
monkey
it.
cast on the
I would.
recording, cause I just flipped it off.
Hey, I'm here to please. Now, there's one group that's
That's
not gonna
probably
be
not the
super
worst thing
happy.
that they were
The
said on
adults.
camera there.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you that.
For me.
Yeah.
Here's the thing though, are we,